Like mountains. Because the parents in your dad is super cool. Oh, I don't know. Did you watch the girls and the it took me like 4 minutes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to October 17th, external business council meeting. So, with the agenda, any additions or deletions? One thing of the WAD is supposed to be up first. Not sure.
No, we cannot make it.
We will not be making, so we'll have to reschedule the WAD because he's in the middle of having, middle of witnessing his wife have a baby.
They are in hospital.
They're in the hospital. Congratulations to Zawad. Hope everything goes well and that baby comes out soon.
So, basically 10:20 to 10:50, we have free time now. So I just got the update from Zawad. He wanted to make it online, but they are in hospital now for the induction or
Yeah.
Induce.
they
Yeah, that's fine.
had yesterday.
Yeah.
So now the construction process is now.
Yeah, I don't think we should be talking about that
Yeah.
while we're live.
Sorry.
Only out of respect for Zawad.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. That's okay.
So, are we able to move any of this stuff?
Yeah, are any of the next people here?
Adam?
Yeah.
He doesn't have any presenters.
Economic development, I can ask.
Adam?
Or Deb, yeah.
Yeah.
Except he is. Yeah.
We're just gonna try and move some people up.
Are we gonna adopt the agenda here first? Like we have to go through the old agenda and
This is the agenda. So only one so far was the WAD, not to reschedule. Any more additions or deletions? Don't see any. Can I get adoption of the agenda?
we'll move it.
Moved by Robert,
What's that?
seconded by Crystal. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. The meeting minutes from August 15th. So we only have the first 4 pages. Those,
From to prison.
yeah, we're just reviewing the minutes right now. There we go.
Reschedule?
Yes, there is one action item, and that's for Allan Stroet, Economic Development Manager, being Pleasant Acres, which is in Seagrass. So the first 4 pages of the minutes, I'm not sure if this one, okay.
Find any more problematic elk? Find any more problematic elk?
Nope.
Nope.
They're all gone for the time being.
I like that term.
They're all resting from their rests. And now it's moose time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get a mover for the meetings from August 15th, 2024? By Crystal, seconded by
Also,
Wendy. All in favor? All carried. So the first one on the, we have, or second one, who's been bumped up, is Allan. Allan, you have,
All right. Okay. Well, thanks for having me, everybody. Are we in camera or
No,
live?
we're public.
Okay. Let's see. Work with BC Hydro and the North Coast Transmission Line continues. We are still working on a term sheet agreement. The lawyers at Air Verlis, so Scott Smith, Lauren Marr, have been doing a lot of great work on that. Jamie Sanchez, David Lugie, Vincent Wickham, myself have been a part of the negotiation for it seems like it's got to be a year now. But it is coming along. I mean, obviously with everything on hold due to the election, it's slowed down the past month. And then we think it'll be probably a January before things get ramped up again, just due to changes and Christmas and all that good stuff. So we are unsure of, obviously the election is very close, so we're unsure of how it's going to go and what that could mean. We don't think it will be a deal breaker by any means, but it could, the tone could change, let's say. Yeah, but for in the time being, I'm still working on regulatory route selection, working on, it's hard to say certain things with the current being public, but yeah, it's going along. Let's see, what else can I say? I just got to go through things. We're scheduling we'd like to schedule a separate meeting with Chief and Council for November 4th to meet with some more companies. I actually had a really interesting conversation with Parkland, who is the fuel supplier for Tano Fuels, and they do bulk fuel distribution. We might be able to get a better rate on Nation Fuel, on as well as some form of revenue share agreement with them. We talked about it and we said, well, we have a bunch of small players, but they may bunch them all into one big group so that, this place could get, an additional reduction in fuel costs. You tack on LTNC, you add LTNE, you add in, so we could group them all together so that we would get a bulk discount, a lower cost. And so we basically make a fleet out of all of the companies, including this place, right? So hopefully on the 21st at the next council meeting, we can have them present, and they seemed open to that. It'd be a savings for the businesses and the nation overall. It would also allow for monthly billing instead of if we have to go out there, right, signing POs and doing all that kind of stuff. Again, just we had one conversation yesterday about it, so they'll be here. We'll try to get them in for next council meeting because it could be interesting. Yeah, that's only 18-hour-old news right there. So, again, I'd also like to put together some sort of meeting with the current revenue share partners because they don't all know each other, and if we can. We should be able to help each other by working with each other, and that would be beneficial to everyone. So perhaps end of November, if we could do something, kind of have to go around busy seasons for different companies. Let's try to do like some sort of breakfast or something like that. And hey, my name's Allan. I'm with Clay Tene. Hey, my name's Louie. I'm with All North Consultants. Hey, my name's, we're all in the same team here now, so we can, hopefully, provide leads to each other and work with each other. Working with, obviously with the hatchery coming up, we've been lining up all our companies to work with that. We've had 3, there was 4 companies that made, that qualified for the actual bidding process. We all North consultants on our behalf, MatCon, IDL, and a company out of Quebec, which is kind of random, but we have been working with all of them to make sure that they're aware of all of our companies, that they are connected with all our companies, and to make sure that we get as much work as possible. Now, if we can do, the more we can do, the better, obviously. I think the first phase is ground prep, which we think we can do like over the winter. It kind of depends on how frozen things are. And then hatchery construction. If things go well with ground prep, we should be able to put pipes in the ground, which is actually very complex.
It's so complex, there's one person can do it.
Yeah, I was going to say there's not many. One thing is MatCon has experience with fish hatcheries. They were actually involved when it was looking at Bowron.
Yeah, but I just said it's complicated. So there's one guy in Canada.
Yeah.
One company in Canada. 2 different things.
And it's like, but it could be up to 20. Like you can look at some of the tanks and it's like, okay, intake, and then it's got to sit, and then it's got to be temperature, and then we got to feed it, and it's just like, oh, okay. So yeah, again, working with those companies to make sure that they're aware of what we can provide. MatCon has been very warm to that. IDL has been very quiet, surprisingly quiet. But at the same time, they are like a bulk bidder. So they bid on basically all the projects, and then I think they sort it out from there. But, there will be definitely some Indigenous participation in it. And we made it with, speaking of Indigenous participation, Shelton and I worked with the DFO to make sure that when they're scoring it, that Indigenous participation is a significant portion of the overall scoring. Mm-hmm. And so companies come, and then with us adding and speaking to the nations, or the nation companies, to make sure that they're in there, because the companies that are bidding will need them to be in there. So, we're going to hear from Source 3X Energy, who's a hydrogen play. The same land as what Fortescue is looking at. Hey, Josh.
Just listening to you talk.
Oh. All good? Okay.
Proceed.
Thanks. Yeah. Just trying to think of what else that I can talk about in, or not in camera. We received the signed revenue share agreement back from McCaw's Drilling and Blasting yesterday, so that one's finalized. Colony has it in their hands right now. Remay has it with theirs right now. They're having, because they're a publicly traded company, they are going to have their lawyers look at it briefly. Paul, who was here, said he didn't see anything crazy, because there is nothing crazy in it. So that should be pretty quick. But yeah, so hopefully those turn around pretty quickly.
Hey, Allan, we don't see them now. Sure.
I can
Yeah.
see around the
presentation.
11. Yeah. Sorry for the off the cuff update, but do my best.
Adam's presentation was at 4 o'clock, so Adam is going to present now.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning, Chief and Council. Alrighty, so what I just passed out was a draft copy of a fire protection proposal from the regional district for a municipal type fire service agreement. This is still very much in draft form, but the idea behind it is the community's been wanting and the nation's been wanting fire protection on the north side for years, from what I understand. And so I reached out to the regional district and said, hey, we want this, what can we do? And they said, we're absolutely willing to work with you. Let's put something together. And this is the first draft of fire protection on the north side that we're looking to do. So that's kind of the intro of this. This is probably the first time you guys are seeing it, so this is very much a first draft. I wouldn't say there's concerns. I think there's just some clarifications that we need to make, and there's a couple parts in here that we need to ensure that we're clear on, to make sure that we know what we're getting into, number one, and that it's what we want, I guess, also. So some of the key benefits of this is it is a volunteer crew, a volunteer department that will be doing fire protection. However, volunteer departments still have to maintain and train up to the standard firefighter standard in Canada. There is no difference between training between a career department and a volunteer department. And so I think it's incredibly important to know that, because a lot of times volunteer departments get a bad rep because they're volunteer. Well, they must not be trained as good, et cetera, et cetera. That's not the case at all. They have to be trained to the same level that a career department does. The only difference is the amount of times they go on calls. Career departments tend to have more call volume than volunteer departments. This is to enhance safety for the community. Currently, we don't have structural fire protection on the north side at all. So we want to make sure that we can protect our members on that side. And if we went all in with a fire department of our own, it would cost a significant portion of money. We're talking millions of dollars to just stand it up, let alone staffing, ongoing staffing costs, et cetera. So this is the most cost-effective process for the interim. I say interim because ideally, once we get a bridge, we will fall under the Shelglen catchment area, and we should be able to have that automatic inclusion on the north side. But for the interim, because that hasn't happened, this is where we're at right now. So some of the cost considerations on this, there are some high costs. It looks like high costs on it. On the third page there. Third page. We have kind of the cost considerations. So there's an annual fee of $3,000 flat across to have this move forward. That is just to have this agreement in place so that we can call on Shelglen to come and fight a structural fire. I guess I should also be clear, this is for structural fires only. This is not for wildfires. This is not for anything above a structural or anything extra. It's not medical related. It's not anything. It is structural fire only. So house fire, garage fire, shed fire, those kind of things.
So when it says fighting structural fires or fires threatening structures.
Yes.
So what does that mean? Fighting fires threatening structures. Does that mean a forest fire?
No, that does not. That means a fire that is imminently threatening a structure that kind of like if we have a shed fire and the shed is right beside the house, that's threatening a structure, and that would be dealt with. A wildfire is not considered under this, and nor would it be. That would be a BC wildfire.
So is that just so I mean, I'm just looking at the language of it. Fighting structural fires or fires threatening structures. That should be a little more defined.
Absolutely.
Like it should say not including BC wild or a wildfire or something, because I think the impression that I get as soon as I read that is that if there's a fire that is starting to creep up on the reserve, then they're going to fight it.
Yeah,
Which is not what they do.
absolutely. I think further on in here, it does actually outline exactly what it is and what is excluded.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm sure we can get that cleaned up 100%.
And sorry, just to ask another question. This whole document, was it looked over by our legal department at all, or is this just a draft that came up and it hasn't gone through?
Yeah.
Hasn't gone through the.
Okay. Okay. No,
Legal
fair enough.
department, yes. So, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. So yeah, on page 3, you have your cost considerations. The amounts seem high. These are taken from a standard resource costing that the province does for BC wildfire when requesting fire apparatus and fire crews from volunteer departments. So this is an agreement that the province and regional districts have created, or the province has pretty much put out, saying a structural engine is worth this much per hour. A firefighter is worth this much per hour. And we've essentially just taken those costs and put them directly into here. So that it's just a standard costing that's based on a provincial document that covers everything.
So is there any funding sources out there that would be able to, like any kind of pots or provincial funding pots that would be able to look at this and go, like First Nations funding stuff? I don't know any of the real sources that do the funding that would be able to maybe cover some of this cost.
Possibly. It is possible that ISK might cover something around this for an emergency. I can't guarantee that, but it's possible. So just to be clear, these costs are on an as-needed on-call base.
Yep.
So if a fire happens and Shelgolin responds with 2 trucks and 8 firefighters, then we're bound by the agreement of paying that for however many hours they are on scene. And it actually goes back into, once they leave scene, they still have to get back to the hall, clean all their equipment, all that kind of stuff. And then once they're back in service, that's when the timing stops, and then we get invoiced for it by the regional district, etc.
Yeah, just for additional one thing, like when something happened like that, we can even engage the provincial government for emergency management. So previously, we have something like that we claimed them, they reimbursed us the full cost.
Oh, perfect.
So not only ISK, I think like there is an incidence. So there are 2 parts of cost here I see. One is like say annual or like $3,000. And another is like if there is an incidence.
Yeah.
That particular for expense. That expense can be claimed.
Yeah, I hope so, because usually EMCR is more of a larger event, not just a single event. However, if they've previously done it, then history is already there, right? So we might be.
2018, I remember like I invoiced them around $13,000 and they paid in full.
Perfect. So.
So would that be the $3,000 annual payment as well?
Yeah, so
Would
that
that be something we could possibly look at through ISK, because it's unreasonable?
I'm thinking the annual would be ISK, and then any incidents would be potential prevention.
Through ISK, wouldn't we qualify now with the new infrastructure on the reserve for fire protection dollars? Because I remember back in the day we weren't, because we didn't have the infrastructure. Now we have the new wastewater management system going in, and the water is being securely looked at now. So that was part of the barriers that we ran into back then.
Gotcha.
When we used to apply for fire protection and stuff for the north side.
Okay.
And that was the only few barriers that we had to accomplish
Okay.
before we actually could start getting funding. So now that we're on our way to getting that infrastructure updated on the north side, you think that we could, there should be dollars through the ISC program.
There should be, yeah. I know they do have a number of specific fire service and fire infrastructure grants. The hard part is when you have an emergency event, it's not an ongoing cost, and so it's more of a reactive cost than a proactive cost that they cost out. And so while yes, we're absolutely looking at other ISC grants for improving the fire infrastructure and stuff like that, and just water infrastructure in general. I think we're already claiming some of those grants through those things, and I'm also looking at some other grants for some things that are attached to this that I'll go on. I'll go through once we kind of get through this, because there's a couple other asks that they were looking at too. So, but yes, we are absolutely. I'm working with our new grant writer, actually, Chantel and Finesse, to go through all of the grants available for fire service, because Finesse, the First Nation Emergency Support Services, is kind of the front for ISC in BC for those related things. And so they actually send me a document quarterly of all of the grants that we can apply for that are attached to emergency management. And so I'm working right now with Chantel on 3 of those grants to get some fundings for us so that we can have those kind of infrastructures in place. So yeah.
I know in the past we got some dollars towards something for the north side, like when we had these big meetings just before you came on board. I remember we applied for training, not training, but like the different little things that we did on the north side for like for fire awareness and stuff. And I remember we got dollars for that. And to update the members on what to do if and when there is something of nature of the fire.
Cool.
I remember we did one big event on the north side at the time, and I think we got funded through Finesse for that.
Probably. They do a lot of outreach stuff. So that is one thing that I want to explore a little bit more is the community involvement on the fire side of things. I know I've been working closely with Derek for a lot of things like extinguishers and making sure smoke alarms are in houses, and they're working smoke alarms save people. If they don't work, they won't save people, right? So working smoke alarms save people. We need to make sure that batteries are on there. They're hooked up. They're actually up on our roofs, all that kind of stuff, right? So I've been working really closely with Derek to make sure that those things are kind of in place in all the buildings so that we can keep our members safe as best as possible. So, So going back to this, on the bottom of page 3, sorry, I don't have a pages number. There is a part in here, number 5, that says all fire response requests will be made by Lake Emergency Services Manager or their designate. So this is where we need to kind of figure out how we want to do this. There's a couple ways to do this because this is a municipal type service agreement. What usually happens is these are signed by like industry who are way in the bush, who want some fire protection from a volunteer department, but they're too far away to be in their catchment area. And so what they'll do is if somebody phones 911, 911 will phone a person at the site and say, hey, do you actually need fire? And then they will determine, yes, we do need fire, or no, we don't need fire. And then fire will respond if they still are needed. It's an extra step, but from industry's perspective, it saves them money because it might be a false alarm, etc. So they don't want to have to pay money out if there's false alarms, etc. It's a little bit challenging, I guess, from our side because, well, we would love to have it so that everybody can just phone 911 and they'll respond. We do have to be cognizant that if 911 responds, we will be paying for it. There will be a cost associated with it. And we don't, right now, as far as I understand, we don't have any way to check that at this point. So I don't know if we want to put somebody in charge on that side. That would be like, do we need it or what? So
An extra step. Say I'm not.
it is absolutely.
Josh on fire. Josh can phones 911.
Yeah.
You're in Mexico on vacation.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
Or, I don't know. I got to get a hold of them.
Yeah.
Like,
exactly. I think the bigger one is for automated response. So for the health center, for example, or if we have the fire alarm go off there, do we have an automatic response to that building, or do we want them to call somebody before they do an automatic response to it? Stuff like that. My concern is that we might just have people just calling 911 because they have a small problem and they think they need the fire department, but we don't have any way to capture that cost if that's gonna be a concern.
So,
sorry, go ahead.
so under this current agreement, let's say that somebody calls 911, 911 calls you. How long does that take before just give me a rough estimate of how much time's passed in that?
It takes 2 minutes for dispatch to get the 911 call, assess the situation, and even that is that's even long. If they needed to say call me, they would have to give me a quick rundown and say here's the situation we've been told, and it would just be a go or no go.
Yeah,
essentially. So
5 minutes.
Under that.
7 minutes on top.
It would be 5 minutes tops.
And how long does it take for a house to burn down?
So this is the other problem that we have, is that modern structures have a very fast burn down time, just because of light engineered trusses and the type of materials that are in there, the fuel, etc. Current houses burn hotter and burn faster than, say, in the houses built in the 60s, 50s, 40s, as well as all of the hydrocarbons that we have, all of our beds, all of our furniture, carpets, all of that burns a lot hotter and faster. As a firefighter, we were told to expect a light engineered truss to essentially give out when we arrive on scene, which is about 15 to 20 minutes of response time. So at that point, a house is
in the call
in collapse.
Yeah, and the time it takes to get out there.
Yeah.
There's really
not. This is the other concern that I have, is that it is going to take half an hour to 45 minutes for Shell Glen to actually do the whole loop to get it to the north side.
And then the 5 minutes on the call itself.
And then 5 minutes on the call itself.
Depending when they find out their house is on fire.
Exactly. That's the other side of it, is it's the call comes in when somebody notices something is wrong, not when the fire starts. Right. So if nobody's home and the fire starts and somebody calls once smoke is coming out and fire is visible coming out of the house, well, that fire is fully involved in that house is gone, no matter if you call 911 right now or not. Right. The big thing with this is that this can help us prevent a fire from going from a single house to multiple houses.
Yeah.
Right. It can also help, and even with structures that do go up, fully involved structures, there is something to be said for saving contents of a structure, that when you put it out, the people who live there we may be able to recover some things for them, whether sentimental or safes or anything like that. The more time that, or the less time that they're impinged by fire, the higher chance of savability there is, right? And so if you put it out faster, even if the structure is completely gutted and we're saving the foundation, there still may be something worth saving in there that might be meaningful to those people and help them. So, Robert?
So, I mean, this is all good and fine and dandy, and just to kind of go off what Josh is saying, I mean, this is just for more peace of mind, I guess, more than anything, that, we're going to save other structures as well. And I think that's where the whole talk of fire spreading, to stop that from moving to another structure type thing, right? So, but overall, it kind of sounds like this is the precursor or the foundation leading up to the need for a fire department on the reserve, is kind of where we're going with this, correct?
I wouldn't say so. I would say that once we get Shell Glen, or once we get a bridge in place, Shell Glen's response time significantly decreases. And that actually becomes a lot better. One thing that I haven't talked about on here is because we don't have fire protection on the north side, there are concerns about property insurance and house insurance on that side. Because it's much harder to get insurance and the costs are much higher when you don't have fire protection at all. Even if we do have fire protection, and it takes a long time to get there, it's still considered fire protection, which means somebody's still coming if 911's called, which means our insurance rates potentially can go down. I haven't done a cost analysis or talked to our insurance about that yet, but the idea behind it is, yes, it should go down.
Just some of the questions around the wording about Cleveland Tank shall keep and maintain all hydrants located. Basically talking about everything being up to par.
Yeah.
Now in there, I don't know if they're actually talking about the amount of water that we have available, because I know that will be an issue.
Yes.
So like 17C, when it talks about the failure of Cleveland to keep and maintain hydrants on reserve area in good condition, repairs such as water supply lines. So it's like talking about the infrastructure, but it's not actually talking about the amount of water.
It isn't. And so that's actually something I did bring up too, is that we do have the infrastructure to support a fire truck coming and hooking up to a hydrant. There is a water supply issue in terms of the amount. Absolutely.
So as long as they're aware of that.
They are absolutely aware. What they don't want to have is come to a hydrant and it not be serviced and not be available, and so exactly right. And I know Jason is like religiously on his water system, and then he does a really
good question I have here is on 11 talking about the bottom, the third paragraph, the last paragraph in 11 says Clayton shall make reasonable efforts to ensure that all areas within the reserve area remain physically accessible by the fire department for firefighting equipment. Now, does that include the road plowing between the city lot and Clayton Tanakes? I know that they don't really upkeep that, and there's sometimes where in a truck it's difficult to get through.
That's a really good question, actually. I think that's a question that we should talk to. I'll reach out to Prince George and actually say, hey, we're looking at doing this. We need this better cleared, or we need to make sure this is cleared. What can we do?
And
the maintenance of the road too, yes. That's something that absolutely is of concern. The regional district didn't bring that up as a concern. And so when a fire and to be clear on that, I mean, I was a firefighter for 10 years, and some of the places that we went to were like reasonably accessible, is like, yeah, we can fit our truck there, barely, but we can still do it, kind of thing. Yeah. And so it's not necessarily about can we get there? It's more about how long will it take us to get there, right? Because they may have to go slower over the bumps and stuff like that. Absolutely, but it might just take longer, and if they can't, then that's something that we need to figure out, and ideally talk to them beforehand and figure out what we can do on that.
So the housing is out in like on the north side community before you come out there. There's a group of houses.
Yes.
Do they fall under any fire protection?
That's Prince George Fire Protection.
Okay.
And Prince George, I've already talked to Prince George about that, and they. Because of the way that their insurance works for their fire department, they almost never leave the municipal boundaries, period. And that's due to, if they did do that and if they started servicing outside of their areas, their timelines for response actually go down, and they can be classified as a lower level fire department than what they are, which means then all fire insurance for everybody in Prince George would go up. And they don't want to do that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering, adding to what Josh was about the roads and that. There's sometimes the Beaver Road and the one-lane bridge.
Yep.
Sometimes trucks break that one there. And then what? Because you never know, right?
Yeah.
Because a couple of times I had to turn around and go the other way because the truck broken down in the middle of the bridge, and that guy said, I don't know when the tow truck's coming, so whatever, right?
Yeah.
So, and he had a full load. So like if there's anything in there that's with
So in here, there is an area, can't remember exactly where it is, but essentially what it comes down to is it is a best effort if they do come across issues. So it's not a guarantee that somebody will be coming. We have a crew and we can respond. That's the other side of it, is as a volunteer department, we have to be cognizant that this is a volunteer department, which means if it's in the middle of the day when people are at their jobs, you may actually be seeing a longer response even. If they can get a crew together to respond, depending on what their own policies and procedures are surrounding crew response to a structure fire, they need a minimum amount of firefighters per truck to respond to it. Going to a structure fire with 2 members, they're not going to be able to do a lot. So there is that cognizance that we need to be aware of too.
Yeah, so number 7 says that the Lake North Side acknowledges that the timelines of SGFR's response following receipt of a fire request will be affected by a number of factors beyond their control, including the distance traveled to the north side, weather, road conditions.
Okay.
Additionally, may not be able to provide a response at all. And it also says in number 9 that there's an initial response of 1 engine with a maximum of 6 firefighters. So that just kind of spells out the number, kind of gives you a more definitive number of 468.
Yeah.
It's 52 times 6 guys for X amount of hours, blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. So ideally, they'll respond to a structure fire as fast as they can, safety concerned, with the amount of people that they determine is needed, up to a maximum of 6 to start. And then from there on, it's up to the fire chief or the designate on scene, the incident commander on scene, to determine what other resources are needed to action a fire. So if they need to, if they hook up to our hydrants and then, well, we don't have the water, they need to get a tender truck to come. That's another cost, right? So there are costs that go associated with it. And that's where we need to determine, is this something that we are okay with and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would, the amount of money that we would have to spend and at least make sure that everyone's safe is compared to what we have now, which is
Yeah.
just make sure we're all doing a head count.
But I also think too, in the meantime, Adam, like Josh is right. This is peace of mind for the safety of the community.
100%.
But it wouldn't hurt to start, and I think we do need it eventually, is we do need our own fire department. And it's going to cost a lot of money. However, I mean, with granting sources out there and funding sources, I'm sure it can be done at some point. And there could be something that can be done eventually, because if a bridge does go in, then it would make it, like, even if you had a bridge in there, Shell Glen coming down from Shell Glen would take more than 15 minutes. There's no way that they would get there at that time period, I don't think. Yeah. Especially if you're in the middle of winter and you're flying down that road. Yeah, no, I don't think so. That's just my thoughts, but I think it's just something more to just build on, like a good building foundation. And I mean, it's very well written for its purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
So now I'm going to take the ace out of my pocket on this. With the concerns of
Building a fire department?
No, not quite. I'm actually looking. I'm being in talks with Housing and Public Works, because they have a whole Public Works barn there that's it needs repairs and stuff like that. Shelglen, or the regional district, actually in their proposal here, have asked if we can provide a heated bay for a fire truck on the north side, so that they can cut down response times to the north side. And I said, we absolutely can look into that. I think that would actually bridge those gaps of that response concern. The other side of that is, if we do this, they will accept north side members, even though they're out of the out of their catchment area. Shelglen is one of the only, I think they might be the only volunteer department in the Prince George area that accepts members outside of their catchment area. And so what that means is that we could actually have people, members from the north side, join Shelglen Fire, and potentially, once they're trained up enough, be able to access the fire truck that's on the north side for a faster response to the north side.
And also too, now you mentioned that, you would also have, since the people that are outside the catchment area can apply, you'd also have people that are sitting right on city limits that are sitting in that subdivision that could apply as well. And you could have potential firefighters in there as well too. So, and especially having them on the north side. The members, it's a good training tool. I mean, it's something you put on a resume. It's a huge benefit for them.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, Cecil is in the south side anyways, and he's with what, he's got 2 more runs to do before he's actually done all his training.
Oh, yeah.
With Shelglen, so
Yeah.
he's been with them for going on 3 years now. He started when he was 18, something like that. So and then he's 24. He didn't go every year, but he did like 3 years.
Totally.
So he's on his 3rd full year now. So he's on his way to getting his certified to be a volunteer fire department person.
Thank you. Adam, you got 2 more minutes, and Robert.
So, would it be possible for you to get like an actionable item out of this? Maybe something like on top of this to see how much it would cost to build a heated bay in that little area there, to see about getting a pad down. Is there a pad, concrete pad there already? Okay. Maybe just check in to see the cost of that, and maybe that might be a.
I'm already looking at grants. I'm working with Chantel to actually apply for grants, and working with housing and public works already to get that whole area. What I want to do is get that whole area paved, get a 4-bay heated garage bay there, and then dedicate one to Shelglen so that we can have public works and fire right there, and it's all good and hopefully paid for. So
Think about number 5.
Yes, think about number 5. I would suggest go through it more, and please provide me with feedback on it, and then I'll bring that through the regional district and Melanie there, and we'll negotiate and figure it all out, and then hopefully we'll be able to get one.
Thank you, Adam.
Spending matrix more than anything.
So you're
Cool.
Thanks, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Action item is like
exciting.
action item
And
here.
it's exciting.
Action item is council's going to review number 5 on
For spending
which
matrix.
person, and then Adam's going to find out spending and figure out meeting
Perfect.
options.
Thank you. Yay.
Thank you, Adam.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll work on a 10-minute break. Back at 11.
Okay.
We're on the 10-minute break, Adam. I think.
I think we discussed earlier those that I just signed off on. I think we're still alive too.
Yeah.
Let us know when we're live. Thank you. Okay, so we are back. Now we're economic development with a business presentation. Forestry energy. Good morning. So please pick a chair where you like, and
Okay.
just thank you for coming. Just let me know you live stream to our community members,
Okay.
and then we'll start off with a round table.
Okay.
We'll start with.
Yeah.
Trying to call you Adam.
I'm like, Adam was just in this chair. I'll say that. Allan Stroet, Manager, Economic Development.
Barbara Allan, minute taker.
Tawfiq Islam, Executive Director.
Wendy Jail, counsel.
Colleen Logan, Chief.
Crystal Gibbs, counsel.
Robert Gannon, Councilor.
And online we have
Hi, Kyle McIntosh, counselor. Good morning.
Joshua Steamer, who will join us in a few minutes.
Hey, and I'll introduce myself. I am Ayaz, Khokhar. I am CEO of a green hydrogen company. We're based out of Oakville. I am CEO of a subsidiary of a company that I started back in 2008, which is a renewable energy developer. So we do wind, solar, storage projects all across Canada. We develop, we invest, we divest, operate, the whole spectrum. And the purpose of this meeting is to introduce the company, myself, get to know a little bit about yourself, the nation, how you operate, and then I guess we can get into some specifics on what we would like to work with the nation along with, and also what we propose to do in the region. So I started my company in 2008. Before I go, I'd like to know more about the nation first, maybe. No?
Who wants to take this? What do you want to know about our nation? We've been here for over 9,000 years. Our territory is vast. Here, there.
Mm-hmm.
And we have our declaration that outlines our territory.
Yep.
We have towards green energy, renewable resources. What else? We have a band. Our band is like just 800 and, what did they say, 58? 53.
Okay.
The number keeps growing, and we are a growing nation. We have 4 actual reserves. The main ones are about 30 kilometers out of town. There's the north side and the south side, which are divided by a river. So one you have to go up Highway 16 to get to, and the other one technically 7 south or north out toward Canfor. Canfor does have a bridge that lets us use it to get from one side to the other, but at any time Canfor could actually say we're not having any public access anymore, could actually pull us down. So it would be an hour from back and forth. We're always looking for ways to better our community. What we do as council, because we're on INAC terms right now, so we have 2 years to plan for 50 years. So
Okay, awesome.
we do business with companies we're not thinking about today. We're thinking about our future, our children, grandchildren, great grandchildren, 7 generations. How do I do, Josh?
So looking at the dates, just to add, culturally we're maternal and lineage, we follow our mothers.
Okay.
Which means a lot of the traditional governance structure would have been based on the mother's lineage. When we look at our homelands, we were actually situated here. And then once the Fort George was introduced and they created a city, there's a lot of controversy on how they quote unquote purchased Prince George, because the person that did the purchase actually talks about it, how he purchased in the Caribou Digest and how he tricked the Indians and burnt down their houses. And he actually admits it, right? So that's one of those issues that we have with the sale of this whole downtown core. The original reserve, which was implemented on us without our consultation or our agreements, was in 1911, I believe, where they sent a survey and they basically put up lines where Indians were living. So this would have been downtown. Prince George would have been reserve number 1, which would have extended from the Kearney Street, all the way to about 17th Avenue. And that would have been the whole downtown core. And that's what was purchased from us in 1912. And then a year later, they sold off the lots at 10 times the amount. So if you bought it for, 1,000, you're buying it a year later for 10,000. So for 125,000, they actually sold it for 1.25 million a year later. So even the land value cost wasn't adequate, and it just shows the swindling as well as the quote unquote agreement. So it's an issue for us when we look at agreements like that. But that being in the past, I understand that we're working towards a brighter future. One of the things that Cleveland today does want to focus on is our stewardship to the land, because we know we have to take care of it, not for ourselves, but our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. So renewable energy and green energy is a broad horizon that Cleveland today wants to be a part of, to be those first people in the area to bring clean energy to the community.
Very good. So, I mean,
sorry. Also, our name, Cleatli Tene, means the people from the confluence, or where the rivers meet, which is the Nechako and the Fraser River. I always try to welcome people into the territory with all we ask is, while you're here, is to speak honesty and truth, and treat everyone and everybody with dignity and respect, and leave it the same way that you came.
That's what I aim for personally. So I'm here representing the company, but I'm representing myself as well. So I'm the majority shareholder. I'm the decision maker. So we actually have been developing a number of renewable energy projects across Canada. And until probably 2016, we never approached or engaged in the Indigenous areas that we would want to engage with. So Northern Ontario, when we talk about solar, it was always private land, right? So we never had to go, it was around Toronto, it was around Calgary, things like that. With respect to hydrogen, the way it turned out was we were the first mover in Newfoundland. So you see a lot of the projects are being announced. So we are one of the proponents, and we are the only one who actually have an equity participation from day one with Mayapoki First Nation. So I visited the nation and Chief Miss Joe. He is a partner, the nation is a partner. He's not chief anymore. He's working with a competitor of ours. On very good terms with him. A cell phone. I messaged him. I'm going to be going here. So he knows. So that was because they were also working with a proponent who the chief felt was just using them for a checkbox.
Yeah.
So when I went in a number of times I went to the reserve. There was not a much more formal, I would say, voting before having an MOU, and I was present to answer any questions. So it was a number of times that I went and I, kind of built the business case of what we want to do, although it is not even close to the reserve. Newfoundland is probably, is the only province that actually, when John Crosby signed the Confederation agreement, part of the Confederate, he struck out the part where there was any talk about seceding the land. So no claim outside the reserve. So that's interesting. And I did not know that after the fact, but there is a competing claim with the Hollywood Nation, which is on the west side of Newfoundland, Conroe on the south and the east. And this is where we'll build the wind farm, a hydrogen and ammonia facility, and export to German off-taker. So anything I talk about the project, I have to be careful because there's lots of competitors out there. So anything I share, I would please respect the confidentiality. So we have a steel producer who would buy the hydrogen from us in Germany.
Just to remind you, we are live streaming.
Oh.
Yeah, so membership sees and hears everything. If there's information that wants to share, we probably should go in camera.
Should go camera.
No, okay, no, I won't,
We can.
no,
Okay.
we will have, when I do, I will let you know. So I was here with Stephen last time, a few weeks ago, first of all, and Stephen is a very good friend. We're competitors, but we also get along.
Mhm.
And he was probably a week behind us, a couple of weeks, reaching out to the Mapuche First Nation. We hadn't made the deal before. He was a little bit behind us in talking to the premier there. And so, I mean, the development game is first, right? So we had a verbal agreement with Fortescue on a project in Quebec for exports, where they would fund the whole project and take it over from us as an owner operator. We would build it. Here, actually, the rest I have to be on off camera. So we know the market, we know where everything is going, we know the industry, and we know what's happening with BC Hydro. I will kind of jump into what we really are proposing. So there's two opportunities here.
How much power are you asking for?
Good question.
That's the number one thing, because you needed 1,000.
So we have an NDA with Fortescue, so I know exactly what happened. I can't say. I met Stephen yesterday for dinner in Calgary too. So not 1,000, but not considerably less. It would be north of 500. But this is not to convolute the stuff, but when we came into BC, it was with the intention that we would not ask for power. We would build our own wind farm, which is further south, and now it's public knowledge. So I can share. It's on Banks Island, which is in Kitkadla territory. It was be north of a gigawatt, possibly 3,000 or more. And the intention is to build our own generation or ask BC Hydro for it and not connect to the grid when it was conceived. But now there's power calls and BC Hydro is extremely interested in talking with us. So, again, the transmission route is really complex, although the wind farm is going to be on Kitkadla, but the Six Nations that go out, in that region with the Shimsham and also Haisla. And again, let's go back to what we're here for. So we are a Canadian company. We're not proposing to take the fuel and export it. That's one advantage when you're negotiating with BC Hydro. There may be an opportunity to do an arbitrage where we produce some power and get some power here. So it would be north of 500. We don't know until we go do a deep dive. I know that the ask from BC Hydro was in north of 50 million for doing a lot of studies and power system upgrades. So that was a big concern for Fortescue as well. So besides that, I think we would propose maybe a staged approach with two definite streams to use the electricity for. One is for local use, which would be around the 50 megawatt mark for either decarbonization of the transport, and also we're working with the city to promote kind of a stimulus where they would convert some of the city vehicles and assets to hydrogen, including district heating. So that's the approach. Now, in tandem, what we would like to do is to propose a green hydrogen to an e-fuel project that is not ammonia. At this point, as of today, we're not focusing on ammonia. Our direct conversations with Environment and Climate Change Canada, NRCan, the ammonia group, which is just organized by Trigon, right? It's not really an organization working group, right? In direct conversations with CN, I don't think it'll happen for a considerable amount of time, even if the federal government change. So we're looking 2030 or more, I think. And I speak for my own company. So that's why our project is the way it was, where it was, because we knew CN would always be a problem. So we would completely be disconnected from anything. We would use BC as resource, wind, land, and we do on our way. So we weren't waiting for the infrastructure. So that was the approach. Now, what's interesting here is we did not want to encroach on what Brunswick was doing. So the moment they left, I called Steve. Steve and I talked, and he knows what we're trying to do. If we take over their site, then we would pay for all the work they've done and not start new. It's a considerable amount of money they're asking, but it's fine. But it would not be ammonia. It would be either ESAF or e-diesel or something like that, which could be carried in rail cars as a normal liquids, bulk liquids. I think that approach is more welcome from BC Hydro, and I think maybe we can get to a 600 megawatt mark with that total, but in stages. So it's a bit of a mixed approach. It's not, 999, all right, 1,000 or 1 megawatt less or I leave. I don't have that approach. So we're more flexible, and we're willing to work with the community, with BC Hydro, and I think there's something for us to give and maybe something for us to gain. So we'll see. Any questions?
Like when you said about BC Hydro and that, did I hear you right that you create your own energy lines?
Right. But it is further southwest of Prince Rupert, 128 kilometers south of Prince Rupert.
So you'll be in the future. You'll be competing with BC Hydro.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Very.
We're meeting them tomorrow for 6 hours of I don't know what, but their interest is extremely high.
Yeah. Wow, really?
And what is the type of, like, for partnering with like to me, what how do you see that?
Equitable, shared interest, and appropriate. And we were probably the first one, and we are actually on record as a wind to hydrogen project proponent. We are the first one with an equity participation, a target equity participation. Actually, you paid in the money upfront. So people sure.
And you're negotiating with Fortescue on their site that they had prepped and.
There's no negotiation. We will make an offer. If they say no, I will move to Heart North.
Oh, okay.
And it's just for the work that like LT&E has done on the land, correct? Is it for those reports or is it for the land?
Okay. So there's two components, right? So BFG owns the land, and it's a bit of a strange situation because Dave Nick was a former energy minister, deputy energy minister. He is advising us through McCarthy's. He's working with McCarthy Tetro as well. But he's got to pick a side in the next week or so. He's with Brian or with us on McCarthy's side. But we would essentially be the same deal. If it's there, we will pay for the land. Yeah. I mean, there's an opportunity to co-own the land. If you guys want to co-own the land with us, more than happy. Like, you see, I'm not from Canada, right? Right. So I have an understanding, not, personal experience, how people feel when the land's taken, right? So I am from subcontinent, and we were colonized for a number of years. So that still stays with us for a very long time. So I still feel that, we're like there's affinity, like not affinity, kind of a love-hate relationship with the UK.
Where are you from?
Pakistan. Pakistan.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah. My mom is from India, and they were married before partition, so Indian, essentially.
So you're gonna purchase the land. I know Fortescue was leasing it until they figured it out.
Yeah, so we would put an option.
It's an option.
Yeah. So that's something I thought would be maybe interesting for the nation. There's some remediation stuff that needs to be done in some corners there. We looked at it. Actually, so can we go off work camera?
Adam, can we go in camera, please? The members will be in camera till the lunch, so we'll return at 1:00. Thank you. Adam?
I think he's in.
Adam?
I think he's across the window.
Oh, we might be doing an interview. That's fun.
So how long were you in Pakistan for?
I was 14 when my parents moved there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you live in Canada?
Yeah. Up in Canada, in Oakville, in Mississauga and Oakville.
Oh, yeah.
I went to university in the U.S. I'm an aerospace engineer and a mechanical engineer. I started working at United Technologies, and I went up the ranks. I, still have engineer. When I speak, when you talk with me, the engineer will come out eventually. The businessman will go away. I went to work for IBM, then Bell Labs in the U.S. and on the semiconductor side.
So we live?
We're live.
Adam? All right, let's take this opportunity to remind everyone to go and vote in the provincial elections, October 19th. We're broadcasting to our membership.
Okay.
And
well, before we start, since the chief isn't here, and she's the chairperson, and we have quorum. We amongst ourselves decide who's going to be the chair.
All right, let's take this opportunity to remind everyone to go and vote.
Josh, the chair for until
in the provincial elections,
okay.
October 19th.
You go with that?
We're broadcasting to our membership.
Kyle, you good with that?
And
well, before we start, since the chief isn't here, and she's the chairperson, and we have quorum, we amongst ourselves decide who's going to be the chair.
Opportunity to remind everyone to go and adjourn the meeting until the provincial elections, October 19th. It says 1 a.m. in the.
This is a good dream.
I'm like, man, we are early or late. 1 p.m. We have an economic development department presentation by Aero Transportation. We have Allan Stroet and Jeff Mayer. And this is public, so we are broadcasting to our membership. So take it away.
Should we do a round table?
Do you need to know who we are? I'm just joking. I'll start. So I'm Joshua Seymour. I'm a councillor for Clayton Lieutenant.
Robert Dillon, councillor.
Jim Bell, I'm vice president with Aero.
Jeff Mayer. I work for a firm called the Reach Group. We handle outreach and inclusion efforts for a number of clients across BC. Aero is one of our clients.
Allan Stroet, manager of economic development.
Barbara Allan, minute taker.
Tawfiq Islam, executive director.
Wendy Jail, counsel.
And Leader of Commons. Kyle?
I'm Kyle McIntosh, councillor.
And we'll have Chief Darlene joining us shortly and Councillor Gibbs.
Before we dive in, I have brought an offering of tobacco for Chief Darlene. I'm wondering in her absence if I could present it to Jeff. Thank you.
Take that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Guys, take it away?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, first of all, thank you for having us. I'm very honored to be here and meet with you guys today and meet the community. Allan and I made contact with each other about 6 months ago, I'd say. And we've been trying to work through everyone's schedules to arrange this meeting, so we're finally here. It's been a long journey to get here. We appreciate your guys' time. So the main focus of Allan and my conversation were around aero transportation. I spent the past 7 years of my career working for Aero, so I know them intimately. I can't share the intimate details of their operation, and they're a pretty special company, and I'm pretty excited to bring them here to meet you guys today. So Aero's 105 years old, still privately owned, founded in Vancouver in 1919, has grown significantly over the last 10, 12 years. And a lot of that growth is founded on and anchored by their commitment to inclusion and reconciliation. And a lot of the growth has been tied to some of the very successful partnerships that we've been able to form over the last 10 years and longer. Some of the oldest Aero partnerships go back over 3 decades. So Aero's been doing this for a really long time, really proud of it. And we're up to 26 partnerships now across British Columbia. So we're excited to be here today and discuss with you guys around what the opportunities for your community might look like, where you might have gaps in capacity, and where we can potentially assist. And with that, maybe I'll let Tim give you a little bit more in-depth detail into Aero's operations.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Like Jeff said, we do have 26 First Nations partnerships, and they range anything from revenue share on project work when and if projects are in the community to significant equity partnerships, 51% in some cases. We are significant equity partners with the Cowsley Wooten First Nation in Fort St. James on a power facility with BC Hydro. So we are flexible to both the community's needs and what we think fits to begin a partnership together and then grow and create great things together. So Arrow is primarily, its roots are in transportation. We do around $600 million of sales annually in a year. A good percentage of that, and most our new growth is in First Nations partnerships. I'd love to take you through a lot of those as we move forward together. We, over the last decade to 2 decades, we've become extremely diversified. So our transportation business, as I said, is about half of it. The rest of our business, we use our transportation networks as anchors and put businesses around them. And they can be anywhere from manufacturing facilities into, good afternoon, into businesses that fit the models where it is cost dependent on transportation. We run 38 reload facilities from truck to rail to truck. And a lot of those activities obviously happen here in your guys' traditional territory. In Prince George today, Arrow has been in Prince George in a significant way since 2012 or something like that. We have a large fiber haul taken from area sawmills. The majority of all the area sawmills are outside your guys' traditional territories. We go Chatwin north to west, but we are obviously coming into the Prince George community too, down with the pulp mills. And that's that business right now. We have a shop and our driving force is all out of the Hart Highway. We built a shop 5 or 6 years ago, and that would be the most significant business that we have today. Where we have been extremely successful in growing is finding partnerships with communities like yours that we want to do business with, that we're like-minded with, going into communities and building business around those things. So in Kamloops, we are partners with the Kamloops. We've built significant environmental businesses, civil construction businesses, and transportation businesses that brings significant wealth to the community. And it has all just been starting with a meeting like this, getting to know each other, and building off of those kind of successes as we've got along.
Chief Allan has just come back, so can I get a motion to move the chair back to Chief Allan? Seconded by Wendy, seconded by Robert. Everybody in favor?
Thank you, Josh, for being chair.
Yes, thank you.
Fantastic job. Did a really.
I apologize for being late.
Oh, good.
Thing I had to do. I would have been back a little lot sooner.
Back, okay.
I would have been back a lot sooner, but the traffic in Prince George, I don't know why it's getting so much.
Oh, really? What the heck, eh?
I was explaining, Chief, that in our meeting today, we really just wanted to come introduce ourselves and meet you guys and explain to you who you are. I'll quickly touch on our history that we explained at the start of the meeting. We are a 105-year-old company. Half of it is transportation-based company, but a lot of it is an extremely diversified company now. And as Jeff explained, we have 26 First Nation partnerships in British Columbia, extending back. Our first one was with the Tahltan First Nation nearly 40 years ago. It is a major part of our company to spend time with groups like yours and figure out the opportunities that we have together and explore that before we necessarily go, okay, here's a business, here's a project, let's sign papers, because we want to make sure it fits for everybody. It's a big deal to us, and I'm proud to say I would think that we're one of the leaders in British Columbia in this space. So it is something we're very proud of.
40 years old. Yeah, partnership.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Chief. So you mentioned that you have partnership with 56 First Nation, right?
26.
26, yes,
Sorry.
yeah.
So 26 First Nation across British Columbia.
Yes.
So out of 26 nations, so what are the major projects that you have been in partnership with those First Nation?
Yeah. So the largest one on terms of let's say infrastructure basis would be the power plant that we have at Fort St. James with Nakaslii First Nation. That is BC Hydro. Yes, it's the first. Well, in terms of the forest business in British Columbia, it's the first major equity partnership in infrastructure that the First Nations have had. To my knowledge, it's well documented on the internet. It was a distressed asset that we were delivering fiber to. We had originally met with Nakaslii Wooten on a transportation hall at a Mount Milligan many years before, and spent time learning the community and invest. The plant is north of $300 million to build, and they own 40% of it, and we own 40% of it in a partner out of Texas called Nexus PMG. Other significant businesses that we have on equity partnerships are mostly in our transportation fleets, where the equity, that kind of structure, they own 51% of the business, equal partners on boards, equal decision making. Last year we sold 50% of a wholly owned business in Kamloops, a whole log chipping facility. Again, a significant, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 to $35 million. We partner with the Simp First Nation, equal board members, each bring different strengths to the table in terms of fiber acquisition, operations, and so forth. But we've really grown our business that way.
Do you do mostly fleet, like trucks, or what is your main component of your business? Like, what is?
Yeah, the transportation business is forestry, mining, and then flat decks that haul a variety of it. A pipe. It's resource based bulk hauling. We do not do like moving trucks or just general freight.
Okay.
If you're driving around Prince George, you would see a lot of our trucks. They're got a big yellow front on them. They're hauling fiber.
Yeah.
That's the Aero Transportation trucks here. We also have trucks coming through the territory hauling mining products to Mount Milligan and north to the ones beyond that. But we look at Prince George as a community that we've been here for 10 years, that we can bring a lot of diversification to as well. Bring our other businesses in. We have a great management team here, and there is opportunities that we see in our environmental space that we could do a lot of work here.
So thank you for the information. So what particularly project you are looking at in Prince George with Clearly? Any particular project you have sorted out or something?
That I would pinpoint today. We don't have a specific project. Our current business on fiber hauling, I think, is an opportunity that we can look at together. Certainly, that's a sizable business. But after we go home, I'll send you kind of the deck of services we provide and things that we think are opportunities in Prince George. Frankly speaking, we do not go into areas without engaging First Nations before we go into them anymore. So we have these kind of meetings, and then we look at opportunities, and then when the opportunity comes, we're not coming as capitalists talking about, we're going together and looking, is this a good fit for us both? So that is, I don't have one at the end of my thumb for you. We look at Prince George as an opportunity that a lot of the things that Arrow provides in other communities, we can do a good job for.
You follow a lot of tips for
Can't afford to.
for and stuff. So do you have a just plan?
We haul a lot of fiber into the majority of the pulp mills in Western Canada.
Oh,
I believe there will be pulp mill operating in Prince George. Will it be Canfor? I can't answer that, but there will be a pulp mill operating in Prince George. And we haul to West Fraser pulp mill. Yeah, yes, we do. And we haul to the majority of the pellet plants. And we haul to our own power plant in Fort St. James. That we haul. So there's going to be less fiber hauling in this area, obviously, with all the sawmills going down and so forth. There'll still be a big forest piece in Prince George, which we have a competitive advantage on. But what we do have now, we've only really been in Prince George for a short period of time. Like when I'm saying that in Arrow's history, like 8 years or something like that, with a big presence. Yeah. And we've been here a dozen years with business, but we built a facility. We have a good footprint in Prince George. There's things that we can spawn off. We have an extremely strong management team that we can build around as well. So if there's not just fiber to haul, there's other opportunities. I think we're well suited to do.
I was going to say, I've seen Arrow trucks for years.
They would have been probably coming through the community going to Quesnel.
Do you go?
Sorry.
Oh,
So you asked.
sorry. You can go ahead.
No, she asked my question.
Oh. Sorry. Do you also do like in the States and that too? Like, do you have like transportation lines like in the States?
Yes.
And going towards like, what did I see? Seeing you guys somewhere on our travels one day.
Okay. We do not have trucking in the States for liability reasons.
Yeah.
The lawsuits that have gone on with trucking companies, but we do have, I'm going to go off the top of my head, 20 facilities. So when we put products on in Canada, they end up in the States or they come the other way. So if we put lumber on in Kamloops, we take it off in Dallas at our own facility, deliver it to the Home Depots through a partnership transportation. So I think that we have somewhere around 20 businesses in the States that are.
Because there's a big liability there, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, with the trucking businesses and that. And because not too long ago on the news, what was her name? White Winter or somebody?
Oh, yeah. And Arrow, there was a different Arrow that went bankrupt. That was a different company, a large company.
Yeah, because I remember that news reel that they said, it wasn't there, not us, it was these other companies that we didn't know.
Yeah.
Like apparently there's a big conflict over that.
Yeah, probably good to It certainly was not us. No.
Sorry, I just wanted to bring that up.
No, we're
Confirmed.
we're 105 years old. We've been in the majority, like of the $600 million are roughly we do in sales. 2/3 of it would be BC, Alberta.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Or more even than that. But so, and we've been building and going more east. It's just because that's where some of the customers are that we originate here.
Yeah, I was going to say that Prince Rupert area is really picking up now again.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
That's probably a good place to start going.
Yeah, and the mines up in northern BC are growing. And we haul most of that product, so we're going to continue to grow. I mean, there's the forest industry in BC is tough right now, but there's other things and other businesses that we can certainly move into.
Cool.
Thank you. Do you guys have tanker trucks? Do you do tankers or just hauling?
We haul fire retardant. All the fire retardant in the province. We do not haul fuel. And that's just been out of our choice out of more risk than anything else. We're conservative. So environmental or risk if you crash, mostly. But,
At least you have your time to put it out, right?
we're getting behind.
Fire last on a second accident.
Or a wannabe company that's the same name as you.
That's right.
But,
We haul liquids, but not any petroleum. No.
Nothing combustible.
Yeah.
anything combustible. I bring that up because we did have an incident this spring near Belmont. A tanker truck flipped or hit the ditch, and we didn't know about it till Monday, but they leaked like 6,000 liters of acid.
Yeah.
And those, 20 years ago, those things happened. That would never happen with us. Even if we tip lumber over in a traditional territory, now we advise.
Yeah.
It's just part of how we do things. It's become commonplace. But, yeah. Concentrates, copper concentrates and so forth, they can have some issues environmentally if they're around water systems and so forth, but yeah.
Alan?
How busy is the Kamloops transload facility for CPR
We have
from here?
We have two facilities in Kamloops. One we've operated for 30 plus years in the CPR facility that we have some capacity with.
Mm-hmm.
And in the last 18 months, we opened up a reload on CN with the Kamloops on the reserve, right near where that red bridge was that burned down in Kamloops recently.
Right. Okay. The reason I ask, because I know Dunkley and Carrier use that.
Yes. Yeah.
And I used to work for Carrier Lumber, so
Okay.
I understand how customers pay for lumber,
Yeah.
right? So if we're shipping it to Wisconsin or something like that on the CPR, okay, it gets trucked down to Kamloops from Carrier or Dunkley or whoever, and from there, and it's folded into the price of, it's $400, $1,000, now it's $447.
That's right.
Or something like that. So seeing that, and I'm thinking from a revenue generation point of view, that those rates are, for the most part, hidden costs or baked in rates, right? So how can we here take advantage of something like that with you?
Yeah. So these are the discussions that are interesting and we're learning and we're thinking through. And if you right now, if it's originated into Kamloops Reload, it would be in our partnership with the Kamloops, which we do have one. So if the pulp mill is in Prince George, we would partner with you guys. But the mill could be in Prince George and end up in Kamloops, and we haven't thought our way through all that. We are learning truly. Is that Carriers? Is it who's our partner in that case? Today we go with the end destination and where the facility lies.
How often do you have downtime?
Yeah,
Because there's, not every day you're hauling, right? So there's got to be a slow period somewhere in between. What do you guys do to keep your business up and going and your equipment running in between different whatever?
Yeah. We kind of do it the other way. We go, okay, if the business peaks, we try and find subcontractors that are safe, that can provide the service and broker that business off. In the 25 years that I've worked for Arrow, I can't remember a time where we have laid people off.
Okay.
And it's because we really try and market during down periods to try and keep everybody busy, sometimes at a loss, but just to keep employees going to work and our iron moving. And then we use partner networks to pick up when the business is at its peak. Yeah, because it is lumpy. It's mostly lumpy in the mining business, and it's easier to manage the bigger you are. Because when one mine is up, the other one might be down, and we do move people and put them in hotels and so forth during slow periods in certain businesses.
Thank you.
So what we're looking for today is to introduce ourselves to meet you guys. And this is Jeff is in, but I'd like to send you guys something back and so you can understand our suite of service. And then we can figure out how we move forward. Yeah, yeah.
I'm just impressed.
Yeah, me too.
Partnered with First Nations 40 years ago. That's huge.
I haven't found a company that has.
No, just first time.
The thing.
It wasn't that. No. 40 years ago.
Not that.
And it was an equity partner back then, Chief, which is really impressive. I wasn't here, so I'm proud of the organization for that. But a lot of the companies back then used to go, okay, we're partnered, but it was just employee stuff, or it was just something. And what we had 10 years ago, we were really proud of. What we have now, we're extremely proud of. But I guarantee in 10 years from now, it'll be more comprehensive and better. And like the board meetings we have with partners we used to kind of, even myself 5 years ago, used to think as First Nations is a big thing. And I take one piece of business and try and apply it to the other one. And it doesn't work that way. So we want to come learn about your community, learn what's important to you. Do those things.
Partnership.
Yeah.
If I could echo that, we've learned a lot of lessons over the last decade plus of building these relationships, and it never works when we come to a community and we say, here's what we do. It's always more beneficial and has been more successful if we listen and find out where the holes are, and we try and plug the holes and give the capacity that the community is lacking to them. And to the extent that we've even built new businesses around the needs of a community, we've said, okay, if there's a hole there, a gap there, let's look at the economics of this. And we've created a civil construction company that was unique to a joint venture partnership. We've created an environmental mine reclamation company these were things that Arrow traditionally never did. We've decided to undertake in partnership with community, both to lend them capacity and to provide a service that was needed for industry. So here we are today, telling you that we're very, interested and excited about the opportunities that you guys have within your jurisdiction here in your traditional territory, and we're all ears to see what we can do together moving forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what you were saying too. Also, it's the fact that we are all different. You're right. However, but then again, there's the aspect of everything changing too. Like we have global warming. We have biofuel. Like people are wanting to get into clean energy now, and there's all that kind of stuff too that changes along with everybody too. So.
Well, you guys have been identified as the hydrogen hub of British Columbia's north, so.
So, speaking of that, how do you see your guys' company fitting into something like that? And when you're looking at energy, clean, green, going that way, where do you guys see yourselves in a facet like that? How you would work with us in a partnership in that sense?
Yeah,
like you just can't transport the sun, you just can't transport the hydrogen. Yeah. There's got to be something involved in it. So how would you guys see something like that?
Yeah, I think that's why part of it is there's a lot of First Nations communities that we have decided not to do business with together. Mm-hmm. We've had meetings like this, and we just weren't aligned in that. Doing we're a transportation company, we burn a lot of diesel We just bought our first hydrogen truck. We bought our first 2 electric trucks. How successful they'll be, we'll see. But the environment is a big piece. I would say it's one of our core tenets, along with the Indigenous and the communities we're working in. For me to say that is hydrogen going to work at hauling things in British Columbia, I think I would question that at this point, personally. So I couldn't say, okay, yeah, let's go build a hydrogen plant in Prince George to haul big. Because we want to be successful together as business partners, and we want to do sustainable things. But it would have to be something where it fit for both of us. I'll let you know how that hydrogen truck goes, because I'm on the side that's going to go, it's not going to work.
Yeah, and
But if the electric, it might not work either. And so these things all got to figure themselves out, and it's a weird world that way, and that we're getting bombarded by these things. But I will say this, our company will invest in cleaner ways, more environmental ways to do things, and we believe in it. But we believe in backhauling.
Yeah.
You make more dough backhauling, but you also have way less carbon because you move things both ways. We have 10 axle trucks. We pioneered that in British Columbia. Started with 9 axle trucks, just because you're moving more at a time to reduce the amount of trips, all those things. But I don't have a great answer for your question in that way. But I think if you're like-minded, if you want to be environmentally better and it works in the community, let's look at it.
I think it's important to note too, Arrow's in the process of converting a lot of their fleet over to renewable diesel, which is different than biodiesel. So we actually did a study recently for a bunch of hauling that we do in the Lower Mainland, do a lot of hauling down there for Metro Vancouver. And Arrow's managed through just simple things like converting to the renewable diesel, maximizing backhauls, so decreasing empty miles, changing their tires, new fairings on the cabs of the trucks. We've been able to reduce our emissions by 86%, which is a massive number already.
Yeah, I was going to ask about biodiesel, because there's Tidewater and things over here.
Prince George, we've been running 100% renewable since June in Prince George.
How's it been?
It's been going good. But now winter's coming, so you have to blend in, and there's going to be big questions around it. Probably a blend, so you run winter diesel. You can mix the two though in the same thing. So,
But their facility, and they were showing us all the different diesels. Like, smell this. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Let's smell it. Usually when someone says smell it, you're like, no.
Oh, yeah.
But it's kind of interesting. And we know nothing's going to change overnight.
No.
I
Yeah.
before the net
zero,
net
the 35.
30 by 30. Yeah, they get basically. They're like, yes, it will. I'm going, no, you said that before. Net zero. 2021 and 2022, and then it just keeps going. A lot of this stuff hasn't been tested in the north. I think it was Toyota that's testing their electric vehicles. And I said, well, where? And they told me Calgary. Okay, that'd be a good place to test
Yeah.
it. Because one day you'd be plus 20 and wake up plus 20.
Yeah.
We're not going to push the green on you, but
Yeah.
but it's something that we're trying to start, because Josh told you we're stewards of our land, right? That's for future.
Sorry, Chief, I didn't mean to jump in it.
No.
Okay, yeah, no, sorry, I just get excited about this too. It's a really core tenet and operating principle of Arrow's as well. Under Tim's direction, Arrow's got a sustainability director now, and has invested a significant amount of effort and energy into.
I just smell paint or something.
Okay,
Is that what that is?
I got off that too.
That's what that is.
Thought I said something smelly.
No.
One's coming through there.
Triggered a smell with us.
The glue.
See?
Kill us.
Not really.
He said a word and then we smelled the air.
It's real funny.
It's a test.
This is a test.
Honest, we're going that way.
I read a lot about your in your guys' online, and Jeff sent me a whole bunch of documents to read. So your reserve is 500. You have 500.
To 850.
Oh, yes. Okay.
It's constantly growing.
And how many on reserve?
100's already fine right now.
130.
But once we get
30-ish.
it'll be like a lot more.
Exciting.
Mhm.
It is. Like, the members that want to come home.
Yeah. Do you guys have some housing initiatives underway?
Yeah, our main holdup was the wastewater and water, so. we're getting
Infrastructure.
on that, all the infrastructure on that. Hopefully we can get. help funds.
Did you have to develop a treatment plan or some form of?
Wastewater management
Yeah.
system. Yeah, we finally got that going. Yeah.
Big lagoon.
Yeah. And the bridge, we need a bridge. I'm just saying.
Please connect the two sides, please.
Yes.
Well, that's exciting. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
So
Really interesting.
we will send you some documents. We'll send Andrew some documents, and we'll
You'll even send them to Allan too.
also yeah.
Andrew.
Yeah.
That's what I called him Adam earlier.
Yeah, Adam.
It's okay. I called
That's okay.
that guy.
Okay, I got 5 brothers. My mom called us all the names.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. No problem there.
I'm sure I speak for all council when we say thank you for coming in, and this is an exciting opportunity that you want to come in on the ground floor with us. And like you said, not come in and say, hey, this is what we're doing.
Mhm.
Please sign this Indian checklist for us so we can give you shares
Yeah.
Yeah.
and get our company forward.
Yeah.
That's what we would have done 15 years ago, and we would have felt proud of it too, because a lot of people weren't even doing that. But we'd rather start off here, know each other,
Mhm.
and it's a lot easier talking about opportunities when you kind of have a feeling of what each other want.
Mhm.
Like if I came and said, "Here's a revenue share for 5%," you might be offended. I might be offended. It might like let's just figure out what the businesses are, how they work, and what the opportunities are together. And if we like each other, let's do it.
Honest. It's to the point.
That's what we need. That's what we like as agency.
Yeah.
And I'm still a flabbergasted 40 years ago. and you've been in business for 109 years.
Mhm.
That's impressive. Very impressive.
We had a smudge with a lot of the elders, or a significant amount of the elders from the Tecumseh's community come up, and we raised a flag in our office, and the young people that work for us and so forth. It's one of the first things they talk about is 40-year partnership with Indigenous communities. I think it's pretty unique.
Very, very unique. We don't even have that partnership with the government.
Yeah.
They just told us what to do.
Yeah.
No, it depends.
First contact.
Yeah, 1846.
76 was the act, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Mexico's not part of Canada.
That's right. Yeah.
The big difference between Tall Town and Clayleaf Tenay people is a Tall Town will tell you he's from Tall Town. You ever talk to a Tall Town person? Oh,
Yeah.
they will say that every time
They
Tall
tell
Town.
you, yeah.
Tall Town. Well, good for you. No offense to the Tall Town people.
No.
High five? I don't know. What do you want me to do? You say.
They say they're from Tall Town. They're from.
That is super.
I
Yeah.
respect that.
That's good. You know, lately people, and usually the north, you hear, hi, I'm Dolly, my grandfather's always called my great grandfather.
Yeah.
Sally, and yeah, just like.
Yeah.
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 Lineage, that's what it is. It's something else. Identify.
Awesome.
Okay, well, it was nice to meet you. We'll meet again. I'm sure. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's the way to be.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Where are you from, Jeff?
You look familiar.
I thought the same thing. I think I've seen you somewhere. I just don't know where.
You play hockey?
Yeah, I do play hockey.
You, I'd probably fly or something.
I apologize. Very dirty player. No, I just like winning. Yeah. You playing like travel tournaments? I used to about 10 years ago. Thank you. I played hockey for 20. I just started playing last night. Thank you very much. You got any ties to Prince Tuesday?
Yeah, it's getting warm in here.
I've seen you around somewhere though. We'll connect the dots eventually. Yeah, you betcha. Pleasure.
Bring it in, bring it just to that.
You're welcome, yes. Thank you. Thank you for allowing us.
You're like my person, I call you. Yeah. Like that. Do it just like that.
Between here and the roof, yeah. It's all.
Yes.
It's open.
Must be from somewhere.
It's coming from the pipe.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
You start falling on the.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so we are on a 10-minute break.
Just so you're all aware, James
Sure.
James? Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hello all, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Hey, James.
Very
I
well,
think
very well.
we'll do a round table. We'll start with Allan.
Hi, James. Long time.
Yeah.
Manager of Economic Development.
Barbara Allen, minute taker.
Tawfiq Islam, Executive Director.
Wendy Jail, counsel.
Nice to see you again, Chief Darlene Logan.
Councillor Joshua Seymour.
Councillor Robert Gagnon.
And we have one more online.
Kyle McIntosh, Council.
Hey Kyle. And I am James Hebert. I'm the Indigenous owner of MSS Limited. And I appreciate you all for giving me the time at your Chief and Council meeting. Thank you so much. Today, I'm basically coming here presenting today for a couple of reasons. The first reason is I sent over a report to Allan in a spreadsheet format, and that is the first program that we launched about 2 years ago. The government just started making purchases from it in July of 2024. And so this is the first report period, and it's going to be the first of hopefully many, many more social benefit payments based off of supply chain contracts that we're going to go out there and battle to get you guys over the next, hopefully forever. The program so far has been good. We've been delivering the gloves. Everything's been smooth. And so we're pretty happy about that. We do hope that the program can expand. And I'll talk a little bit about that after I go through this report. And so I see that you guys have the actual document there in front of you, the spreadsheet. And so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tabs on that spreadsheet. And so I'll do the first tab, which is the July to September recap. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Okay.
Let's see here. There we go. It's only letting me share in this one type of screen, so I'll have to, it just formatted a little goofy, so I'll have to go through it with you guys. So the first form is going to be your July through September recap. There's 2 nations that we're working with and 2 health authorities right now. There's Northern Health and there's Interior Health. And so far they've done a total of, let me see, total cases 9,070 cases, which is about three containers or 4 containers. The total revenue so far is 1.24 million, and the estimated annual run rate is going to be around 4.985. This here is breakdown by cases. Is there any questions so far? So breakdown by cases and forecasted here. And then here's the run rate for Interior and Northern separated. So about 70% of the volume is coming from Interior. They just got more people in their region. And about 30% of the volume is coming through to LTN or Northern Health. The total volume in terms of cash is 997 for Interior and 435K for Northern Health. That, of course, is through June to September. Okay. Now, this is, I talked with Allan about this a bit. There is a major opportunity, in my opinion, to, first of all, make you more money on your shared portion, but also there could be an opportunity for a small warehouse and a band member or a non-band member to have a delivery company. What you're seeing here on the right side, NHA and INT, is our actual transportation costs to deliver to Northern compared to Interior. You see the shipping costs are just so high into that region. And what I felt would be a great opportunity would be to store the containers or the pallets at a location in PG, and then to have a local company owned by a band member or the band itself do the deliveries. Now, the delivery for just the health authority right now is probably not enough to sustain a full scale business, but it is enough to give a business a little bit of revenue each month. And then as we add products into this program, essentially you guys, the income would increase. But basically right now in Northern, we've paid, almost 40,000 in shipping costs to deliver the program. And so I feel that there's an opportunity there. And I've been talking with Allan about it to see if you guys have a space. So I think there's an opportunity there to actually to have a viable business in terms of storing and delivering these goods. So here's the breakdown. Right now, we paid about for 4 months, we've paid about $4,000 for just storage. $28,000 for storage and warehousing costs. Warehousing costs are like a person goes and they have to unpack a pallet and put a certain amount of cases on a pallet, and then it gets shipped out. The outgoing distribution is the actual cost of shipping. And then over here is the total distribution costs, how we're going to distribute those costs, or how the cost of actual distributing the gloves. And then here's a breakdown with an estimate of what is going to happen. So this is what we are forecasting, or this is what actually did happen right here in the first quarter of the program. Here is your distribution cost. This is the initial, it's a one-time cost. It is basically the cost of, basically we had to drive and fly to every place in Northern Health and Interior Health. So we had 2 guys that basically we basically sent them around BC for a month, going to all the different health centers and delivering the gloves and training them and things like that. So that's what that cost is there. That you won't see that cost moving forward. And then the 10% management fee for deals under $1 million. And so the total cost was $268,000 and profit share of $45,199 going to the nations. Let me see. And then right here is how it's kind of broken down by region. So you got, it ends up being about 3.1% of the gross amount so far. Once we get into the next quarter, our costs will be decreased based on there's no implementation anymore. It's already implemented. And so you'll see this flip back into the profit. And I haven't filled Q2 out yet because these are just forecasts, but that's kind of how the program will work. Do you guys have any questions, concerns, anything you want to talk about before I take this spreadsheet off of here?
Hey, James, just looking at the pro forma for Q2, 3, and 4, the management fee is only in Q1. Is there going to be one in Q2, Q3, Q4?
Yes, there will be. It's just there was no actual amount that that has happened yet. So we basically.
But it's going to be based basically about 10% of the total revenue. So we could guess it's about 125.
Yeah, about there, exactly, forecasting. This is all forecasted numbers here for this stuff, so we don't actually know what they're going to buy. It's just a forecast.
Right.
But they're looking at fee. If we can get them to buy more at a time, then that management fee will come down, obviously. And yeah, I'm hoping that this program should deliver about 50,000 to 100,000 a year. Based on what I'm seeing in those numbers right now. If we get the storage in PG, we can flip a lot of that distribution costs back into your own budget. It is money that's being spent now for warehousing and shipping out of Kelowna. And I feel that if you did have enough space, we could bring 2 containers in a quarter and essentially deliver to the you guys would deliver to the Prince George Hospital. And then I think there's 9 other locations, but about 75% of the volume's going to the Prince George location in Northern Health. And so if we do make that change, significant increase in profits on the distribution side. You're going to see this cost here based on what is being shipped right now. You're probably going to see a 25 to 30% cost savings. At the same time, if you guys are actually warehousing it and doing the work, then you actually could charge the same amount and just make all that money back, right? Or do it however you guys see fit. But that is an opportunity there for sure. Any other questions, guys or girls?
How big of a storage area do you need?
Probably anywhere from 1,500 to 5,000 square feet. Basically, there's about 30 pallets on every container. And so we need to put about 60 pallets in there. And then need to be able, a box van would probably, I think the largest order was 4 or 5 pallets to Prince George. And so you'd need a truck that would deliver for up to 4 or 5 pallets locally. All the other places are less than pallet quantities. So we'd be delivering out to there at less than pallet quantities. I'm going to stop sharing this particular screen now, and I'm going to talk quickly about, I'm going to talk a little bit about the trial, I believe we should be delivering to you guys 200,000 to 300,000 a quarter. And the only way that I'm going to be able to do that, though, is we're going to have to work very tightly, Chief. And the reason for that is, the bureaucracy is a true bureaucracy, right, of people with competing priorities, right? A lot of the people within procurement, they're friends with people from Medline and Cardinal and Stevens, which are the 3 largest healthcare companies in North America. The issue with that is, when me and Allan talk directly to them, right, it's a business transaction. And the issue is they utilize the separation of the nation and the business side to deflect their responsibility. And so I'm going to show you guys I'm going to share the screen with you guys right now. So I'll give you an example. Chief Dolina wrote a letter for FNHA so that they would adopt the Reconciliation Glove program. The CEO didn't respond. He deflected it off to 2 fairly senior guys at FNHA. They did a meeting with us, and then they've ignored us. the issue with that is, again, if you look at what I'm sharing right now is the FNHA annual budget. So $652,684,719 million for FNHA in 24, like for the next 10 years, right? So I'm just showing you that budget. Yeah. So over here is the tripartite agreement that some of you may have been involved with. I'm not too sure who all was involved with it, but basically FNHA has formed these working groups. You guys probably know about them, and it's probably not new news for you, but essentially in this tripartite agreement, they're supposed to be allowing some decision making from the nations. That includes economic reconciliation, right? And they're just not performing the way they should. They're not giving opportunities at FNHA and at PHSA. And to tell you the truth, we actually need to take a fairly, in my opinion, guys, a fairly aggressive approach, Chief. And this is the continual contact with Minister Hicks or Dix and the Premier. The issue is essentially that the people at the working level, that where the actual procurement decisions are made, they're not making decisions for reconciliation. They're making decisions for procurement. But it's not about procurement anymore. It's about reconciliation, right? And so I'll give you an example. We've got this contract. We're going to deliver these social benefits to you. And yesterday, PHSA called me and asked me to have a meeting. So I said, no problem, let's have a meeting. They get on the call and they said, we released a tender for bids for gloves, and Medline won, and their price is super cheap. Can you give us a better price? And I said, obviously I said, well, we can discuss it, but I was very upset, right? This is exactly what the government has done throughout history. Make an agreement and then go make an agreement with someone else and screw the native company over. This is bizarre, right? And so I'm meeting with Chief Louis next Tuesday about the same issues. I would like the blessing of the council to be able to work with you guys very closely over the next 30, 60 days. It has to be a coordinated approach with the chiefs and the minister, and we need a commitment from the minister in writing that they are going to work towards 20% in each category being purchased through Indigenous companies. And we need to do it at the CEO level of Northern Health, and we have to do it at the CEO level of PHSA, and we have to do it at the ministry level with Minister Hicks. And I know it's a large request, Chief, but I promise you, if we can get them to commit to moving the volume by category over, I can deliver checks like this every month for every single specific category in healthcare, and we can do it at a price that's comparable. I'm going to tell you a little bit about these gloves, right? So Medline has had the contract for 4 years, and we were awarded the gloves at a 50% discount compared to Medline's price. Medline's price was so high, they were charging over 950% margin to the government throughout the pandemic. Right? And so they've saved up tens of millions of dollars. And so now they come back to the government in this bid, and their price is so low that they're losing money on gloves, but they don't want anyone else selling gloves into the province. So they've made so much money off PHSA in the last 4 years because their glove price was so high that they have the money in the bank to just sit and take a little bit of a loss each year so that no one else sells gloves into PHSA. 18 months before they gave us that contract, I offered the same savings to PHSA in our glove program because essentially Medline was charging way more than we were offering. The government said they had a contract. They couldn't do anything about it. But here we are, 3 months into our contract, and they're actually coming back to us now trying to change our deal. And so,
Hold on, James.
Just 1 second, James. Hello?
full of hope. She's no longer with us.
Adam?
We have,
Global news.
And tell us what you know.
We see global news.
yeah, we see global news.
Something bad happened in Port Alberta.
One thing is, no one's touched nothing.
Much remote.
Well, okay,
Hold on, James.
those may have.
Yeah.
Somebody probably doing screen sharing from there. Somebody sharing the screen, YouTube screen from somewhere.
Yeah, just that new device connected.
Yeah, Motorola, somebody connected.
And then some news segment.
Yeah, so this is what we're seeing.
Still on.
Still running.
See, it's on the bottom there.
Yes, no, no. I think we should be okay.
Yeah, the security's awesome, man. Just got our TV hijacked.
We just thought maybe it was really important news.
Yeah, I was looking at him like, how does this tie to what he's talking
Yeah.
about?
James, you still there?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
He's frozen though.
I think everybody's frozen up there.
Am I
Yeah.
frozen?
Everybody's
we all
frozen.
are.
We're all frozen.
We're all frozen. Yeah, we don't know
What's going on here?
a very random event just happened.
Turn that off. Turn it back on. Okay, James, you want to reshare your screen there? If you were sharing, I'm not sure if you were sharing, so.
I stopped it. You want me to share
Okay.
again?
We can see you again, yeah.
Wonderful.
Here.
It's a new one.
Yeah, I've never had that before. Any questions? Oh, Robert?
James, who's the other First Nation that is part of this agreement down in the interior?
It's
Health Authority.
Chief Louis, the Soyuz band.
Okay.
And because of the elections coming up right now, I actually, with what they came to me with yesterday, I honestly think that I want to coordinate. We have 7 nations in BC, one for each health authority that we have got agreements with. Because of the election coming up and because of what they're trying to do and the fact that they are just failing miserably at reconciliation, economic reconciliation, right? But I feel like it's time to actually have that meeting with the premier and the health minister. And we need a commitment before the election and not a fake commitment. A commitment saying that we are going to have targeted goals of getting to 20% or 5%, and then action. And they have templated the process for doing direct awards to Indigenous companies. We should be getting 10 to 20 million a month from FNHA and from Northern Health. And I should be able to share those social benefits from you. And it's not like they're doing anything different than they need to do now, right? They actually don't need to do anything different. They actually just need to change the business. But when you have FNHA, right, who is, I'm going to share this with you. FNHA, who's doing $684 million a year, right? At the same time, they have this agreement with, do you all know who is on the committee for the tripartite agreement, or did they even set the committee up?
I have no idea.
Because basically I'm going to share this screen here. This is what it says in the tripartite agreement, and I don't think that they're following this, and I don't think that they are doing a good job of it. I'm talking about FNHA and the government of BC. So, Committee on First Nations Health should be co-chaired by the Deputy Minister in the BC Ministry of Health and the Assistant Minister of HCFNIHB, the Chairperson of the Board of FNHA. So, have they done any of this, or did they just type this out to do that, to basically, to say they did something but not actually do anything? If there's a standard Canadian government way of doing things. Say that you're going to do something, write it out, and then not do it. But are they doing these things here? Have they had the 2 meetings and are they talking to you about programming, service delivery? Because at the end of the day, they're saying that the Indigenous people are supposed to have a say in how the services are delivered. But when we go to them with a letter from you, Chief, they ignore it and they don't do economic reconciliation, right? But their tripartite agreement says that they've posted here on their website, right? It says that they're supposed to have a committee and that we as Indigenous are supposed to be involved in the delivery of services, which includes products, right? So why aren't they, right? And so what I want to do, and of course I need your guys' blessing, is I believe that a coordinated approach, obviously we don't need to be rude, but we have to put some demands on the table, and we need the minister and the premier buying in because they've said they're going to do it, not because we want them to, because they said they're going to do it. I've been preaching this to these guys for years. For me, they approach me like a business chief, and for you, they'll treat you like a nation. But I don't want you having to do the business side of things and that stuff. But we really need them to do what they say they're going to do in the political side of things, right? And then those political guys need to go into the procurement guys and tell them they have to do this. Because what ends up happening is the politicians, they create these policies, and then the procurement people do what they want to do with the friends that they have from these big organizations. And then they set it up in ways that, it's very hard for Indigenous businesses to get in there the way they're setting it up, right? Like, obviously, if you're supplying the whole province with something and you're not setting aside any of it for Indigenous, it's almost impossible for any Indigenous company to come in and win the business from Medline or Cardinal. It literally is impossible because they control 90% of the supply chain, right? So the point of reconciliation is decolonization. You can't have decolonization without long-term revenues that are guaranteed. You just can't, right? So what I would like to do with you, Chief and Allan, and this council, is I'd like to approach Northern Health and FNHA at the executive level, in-person meetings where we're meeting with the executives monthly, and we're seeing every month part of the supply chain being converted over to LTN and MSS and our partners. And if we do that, we can go category by category, and we can deliver 5 to 20% of those goods. And the government has the processes in place to do that. They've already got it set up. It's just a matter of the bureaucrats at the procurement level doing it and just utilizing it, right? And so, do you guys have any? Do you find that okay for us to approach it and go after it together, or did you want to take a different approach, or not do it at all? Of course, that's an option too. I feel like I can deliver a much greater value to you guys if we take an approach directly to the minister and directly to the CEOs, because it's happening is just going into this procurement, and then they're just finding every reason why they can't do it and saying we got rules to follow and we got to do it this way, and it's the same rhetoric that they always have.
You're talking about First Nations Health Authority and Northern Health, or
yes, yeah. So the two in your region, Chief, the two largest businesses in your area is FNHA and Northern Health. They've both got in the hundreds of millions of dollars in budget, and specifically, FNHA has $684 million in budget next year. Right now, I don't know if they're buying from any Indigenous companies at all, to tell you the truth. I honestly do not know. And what I can say is that they're just buying from Medline. They're just not even attempting to buy anything from us. Like, at all. They're not even getting quotes. They're not even putting out bids. They're not doing anything. So I don't know how they are even getting supplies because they won't even really talk to us. So an example is right in your own nation, right? They'll talk to us, but they'll only send emails and they won't ever do anything, right? Even at your own health center, you know, they can adopt the gloves. They can use our masks, all that stuff there. It should be a fairly easy conversation, right? But for some reason, I know Allan spoke to them. For some reason, I don't know if FNHA is just saying no and they're just keeping the status quo. But
getting the no response.
Yeah.
I've never gotten a response from them.
Yeah, it's just we had that one meeting, remember, with Mr. Shea, Allan, and then they just haven't answered about whether they're going to do the program or not. But that right there, if we supply all the gloves for FNHA, right? Really, at the end of the day, Chief, if we can go to FNHA and to Northern and just say we want 20% of all the business, FNHA, we want all your business. And there's no excuse why FNHA can't. Their whole mandate. Yeah.
First Nations Health Authority, they should be supporting First Nations. You would think that would be a gift, especially considering the territories. So.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%.
Truth and reconciliation with the First Nations Health Authority, like that's.
And I'm trying to figure out if it's based regionally, are we just having an issue with this northern region, the communication?
Is it just, or is it all over BC, or just Northern Health, or?
FNHA and Northern Health are two separate entities. Northern Health services like PHSA ran facilities, and then FNHA manages, I think, 33 different health centers, including the one that LTN has. And it is the executive group. It's the CEO and then Karen Mooter and a few people. At the end of the day, your tripartite agreement with the government says that you guys can control and have a say in how the services are delivered to your region. And so if it was me, I would say, where's everything from the tripartite agreement? We're supposed to be able to decide, and we want to be delivering the goods from an Indigenous company to FNHA. And basically, we're not going to take no for an answer. And if we need to go to the media, then we're going to go to the media and discuss what has to happen. I'm not saying what you guys need to do, but we have to. We're almost going to have to blow some stuff up to get them to do reconciliation. You know, because they're not doing it currently, and I've been going to meet with you guys for a couple years now, and I've been trying to do the same thing with FNHA, and we've sent a letter from you, Chief Darlene, asking them to nicely participate. They've basically ignored you. Their office is on LTN traditional territory. There's just no excuse for their behavior, really, at the end of the day.
Wendy?
Could it have something to do with the fact that I'm not sure about this, but I'm going to say it anyway. The service deliveries with ISK and with First Nations on reserve, we just got notice of extreme changes in service deliveries for some of our programs. So could that be stemming from the federal government that this problem this issue is not getting anywhere? Because it might be the fact that our service deliveries, we have to bid by those, right? So when we do our reporting, it has to fit the criteria of that service delivery also.
100%. I mean, I'm not too sure about, I'm strictly talking about product side, not necessarily services. So like on the product side of things, they're using gloves, they're using masks, they're going to use needles, they're going to use these different things, right? And they're going to buy that no matter what. And so basically they're not putting out bids. We don't know who they're buying from right now. They're not putting out bids to compete with anything. And they've got a $684 million budget that obviously I would say probably 100 to 200 million of that is strictly products being sold into the system. I'm not too sure on the funding. What I do know is that they had 652 million this year. They got 684 million next year. And they should have the funding there to buy products. And the products that we're selling are exactly the same as the products that Medline or Cardinal are selling. Did that answer your question?
Sort of. I'm just trying to get at the fact that in certain programs run under the federal government ISP or whatever you call them, we have to abide by certain criteria in the service deliveries. That includes the buying of products, the purchasing of merchandise, the office supplies, supplies for clients, all that kind of stuff fits under that service delivery criteria. So could it be that FNHA, I'm not trying to advocate for them or anything, but do you know what their service delivery criteria is?
Well, I would assume it's very similar to all the other places that we deliver to. You know what I mean? We deliver to every community in Northwest Territories, Canada. They're all Indigenous communities. They're all serviced by the federal government. I would say that for surely we could deliver the same type of product service. I'm not too sure what they're what they say they need, but they're not actually giving anyone an opportunity to even deliver to them, right? They're just giving it all to one business right now. I'm assuming that's what they're doing, because they are not doing it with us and they're not releasing any tenders, so to speak. But I think if you look at this, right, at the end of the day, all that stuff you talked about, ma'am, the paper, the folders, the office stationery, the gloves, we can do all that. We can do it all, and you can take a profit share from it, and it's no different service than what they're getting now. The only difference is essentially that's a native company, and if they're going to switch their volume, they got to do it properly. They can't just go, we're going to give it all to you today. They're going to have to do it in stages so we can deliver and grow into delivering, because we haven't done it yet, right? But FNHA, they might have some guidelines and practices. You're 100% right, ma'am. We will follow whatever they ask, but they haven't asked us for anything. And it's been pretty frustrating. And so I hope that answers your question.
Yes.
So basically, James, with the money, like with the transport costs and stuff like that, when I look at that, I was looking at it again, and I mean, we're talking a lot of money that in Northern Health pays for the direct transport costs. So what you're saying is that if we have somewhere to store it up here in Prince George, it's going to cut down on the cost substantially, correct? Because Northern Health Authority is a bigger catchment area than the interior one. It's kind of, I think this is where the problem is, right?
Yes, if you see here, we're delivering 70% of the gloves were delivered to Interior Health, and actually about 80% of the shipping costs were for Northern Health. So you see this here, this is all direct store distribution over here, this HA.
That's because everything's coming out of one place down south, correct?
Yeah, everything's coming out of one place in Kelowna. And what we could do is see this warehousing costs here. This is the cost for warehousing. So that's something that you guys would be able to make money off of, obviously. And then there's the direct store distribution. So there's the rent and the storage side of it, and then there's the direct distribution to the stores. That is, in my opinion, it could be a little bit of a business for you guys, based on these numbers. And if we add it on, it could be a much bigger business, And
you're only saying that you need, how many square feet did you say you needed again?
Yeah, about 2,000 square feet would do for the glove program. And if FNHA adopts, though, we would, I mean, I think it would be advantageous if FNHA and we can get Northern and FNHA to make this commitment that we would be able to do something bigger, and we just distribute the goods out of PG for the whole Northern and FNHA, you know.
So sorry, can you just, maybe I'm lost here, but how much did our First Nation make as opposed to what the Soyuz Indian band made?
Okay, that's going to be on, if you go to page 6 or page 4, it's going to say at the top, it says Indigenous Reconciliation Glove Program, and then it says sizing, and it's got Interior and Northern.
Right.
If you see my screen there?
Yeah, I'm looking at it here on the paper too.
Right here is the total amount of sold, and then the distribution amount.
So the amount is 997,000 for the interior and 435 for the north.
Yeah.
And those 3 months, correct?
Yes, and then below it is this total social benefit.
So that's what is going directly to the First Nation that's involved in this agreement, correct?
Exactly, at this bottom amount here. And that amount, like I was saying, there is this cost here. Where is it? Right here. That is going to be gone. So you'll see another good portion there. And then, of course, if we can get this, if we can sort this distribution cost thing out in the next few months, then there'd be significant improvement in the costing and profit for you guys.
Wonder if there's anywhere possible. Well, no, I mean, like even 2,000 square feet when you think about it. I mean, I don't know if this place could handle something off that bay there, if that's even a possibility or not to be converted.
Yeah, if we put in like correct shelving.
Because that used to be an old loading dock over here, was it not? And it was a storage bay, was it not?
Yeah, because now it's like public. Yeah, they do. But I mean, if we had shelving,
it's a catch-all.
So much wall space for money.
Crawl space
Because there's
basically
shelves in there.
It's just on port, tire storage, tool storage.
Yeah, but those are all. So what you're saying too, James, is that obviously these gloves have to be should be in a warm, heated area, away from the elements. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to. I mean, if it's around 0, it's fine, but you wouldn't want them going to -40, and stuff like that. But if it's at a mildly heated area, like a warehouse heat, is fine. You don't need to have it super heated.
But I just see I just look at the numbers from what's going on from the interior to the northern. It's just it's a little perplexing of how much they use in materials, but they don't have to transport them very far, right? Like they're coming. Like Kelowna to Kamloops, Kelowna to Penticton,
to Kelowna.
And if you look at all the PHSA stuff they have down there, I mean, they've got more than we do in the north. We have a bigger catchment area, but we have to deliver it over a greater distance as well, too, right? So.
Yes, and so actually, it's exactly the issue, right? So in Interior Health, we are warehousing it about 3 minutes from PHSA. And we only have one delivery point.
Right.
In the north, they asked us to distribute it all out after we got the contract. They changed it and asked us to distribute it out to Northern from one center. So we told them we would. The plan has always been to get the distribution into PG, anyways. If you look at these costs. About 70% of these costs for shipping is to PG, and so once we get the stuff into PG, you'll see this direct transport cost. It's going to go down by 70%, 50 or 60 to 70%, just based on the fact that PG does 70% of Northern Health's volume.
Mm-hmm.
So we move it into the warehouse, and then it's much less cost delivering it. And at the same time, you're creating an income stream with the band for the warehouse, and then an income stream, if you guys want, on the delivery service, or someone from the community can maybe do a little delivery company or something. They just need literally one truck for this.
So James, I have another question. Have you talked or this is just PHSA and the health authorities? Sorry, PHSA and FN, is it First Nations Health? FNHA. Have you had any conversations with people like companies like Compass, the ones who provide gloves for like correctional centers, blah 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 blah? Any of those kind of institutions? Because I mean, still that could be part of reconciliation as well too. And I don't know if you ever had any conversation because they use a lot of gloves, tons of gloves.
For sure, we have. We can definitely supply the correctional facilities in the government. We have we don't do Compass, but we have Bob Dale gloves and gloves like that. Those mechanics gloves, normal black nitrile gloves, all that stuff for there. That's another huge opportunity as well. If I could, Chief, I would be calling you. I would call you every day to do stuff, but I don't want to do that to you and Allan. But there's so much business there. It's in those, even in that, just the health authorities, right? You've seen it. There's $1.5 billion of business going on with the health authorities in your region right now. And then if you add on that jail, there's another huge procurement side. Again, we didn't say we wanted to do reconciliation. The government said it. The governments are the ones who have made these policies, not the Indigenous. So they need to follow what they've said, right? And so I guess, Chief and Council, how do you guys want to approach? How do you want to approach it?
So I think from what I can gather, you're saying that you want us to start going after this committee for the tripartite agreement and have people, like their meetings that they have. They're supposed to have meetings. There's supposed to be representatives from the nations on this committee. So start coming from that angle that they start enforcing that. Correct?
Yes, essentially.
So you need support from the council in order to do that, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
I actually need the council and the chief to basically, yes, request what's going on with the tripartite agreement and why aren't you participating in reconciliation, basically, and that we need a commitment from FNHA. There's two places here, right? There's FNHA, they need to make a commitment. There's Health Minister Dix, who has said all this stuff, and he needs to make the commitment. And then there's the Northern Health CEO and the Premier, and we almost need to have, and I hate to say this, but we almost need to be meeting with them monthly. And then basically how healthcare works, and it's very complex, right? So you have all these things, and as you know, you go to the hospital, and there's all this stuff there. No one knows where it comes from, right? That goes into there. And so it's very complex. And the reason why it's important we work together is because it's a lengthy process. I essentially will have to work with the procurement side to convert the categories within the healthcare, and there's like thousands of categories, right? And so what happens is you have a bunch of procurement offers that have rules to follow, right? And then you have a bunch of politicians that are saying what they're going to do. And then you have Indigenous business like me trying to get the procurement people to do what they said they're going to do. But what ended up happening last time was Chief Dolene, you wrote a letter to to Minister Dix and the Premier, and then Northern Health, and requested participation. And then I'm not too sure if you met with them in person or what happened there, but essentially that's kind of what went on. And they pulled the trigger on that after you and Chief Louis had sent out the letters and made the calls. They pulled the trigger on that within a month. But we almost have to be doing this monthly with the ministers, because at the procurement level, they're not doing it, right? And so until the procurement people are actually making concrete steps, besides making one contract and then negotiating it 3 months into it, is not really doing reconciliation. It's actually not reconciliation. It's just doing one deal. And so we need to, basically, I need the chief and council to be approaching these 4 people. I am willing to go with you guys on anything. I'll fly in for it. Today, my flight was a little messed up, but I'll fly in. I'll do whatever you guys need me to do. Essentially, we need them to commit, and we need them to start actually not saying it, but doing it. Reconciliation and action. Not saying it. Again, it's reconciliation and action. They need to make the commitment. But I can't talk to them the way you can, Chief Darlene and council. I can only go there and beg and ask because I'm a business. For you guys, it's different. They have a tripartite agreement. In that tripartite agreement, it says that you guys have a say in the service delivery. But then when we ask for it and you write a letter, they don't respond. And that's not acceptable. To me, as an Indigenous person, it's not acceptable for them not to be answering the chief, especially for the people that are on the traditional territory.
Okay, so I guess we can put a motion to write a letter to the next incoming government.
Yeah.
Because there's the election on Saturday, so till that's all settled and they appoint a new, and if nothing changes, which it probably will, but just maybe get a letter in your name from the nation, basically pressuring them about this tripartite agreement. And then the other one was the space. Is there any way that we could look at maybe even this area here to use as a storage area? I don't know, maybe Tofik, that's something you could
Look into.
to see if we can, that way it'll cut down the cost, right, James? It's what we're kind of after here with the gloves, right? To get them into a place where it's not going to be as expensive to hold them.
Yeah.
I mean, the one in the compound, no.
And then,
So when I went down there to speak to the government, I didn't talk to Dix. Dix wasn't there at that time. Whiteside was in health, and that's when I pushed the gloves, and that's when they got a hold of you.
That's when things turned around right quick at
That's
that
when things turned.
government speed dating thing.
Yeah, down there at the speed dating thing. So, EB probably didn't even have a clue what was going on. He probably still doesn't have a clue what's going on. For the First Nations Health Authority, like when you mentioned, there's service, they could have service agreements, but we need to find out if they do or not. And if they do, they're obviously have to abide by what they agreed to with whatever company, but we need to know when they're coming up, if their agreement is done or not. But we got to do something to push this forward. And yeah. Are you meeting Chief Louis tomorrow?
I'm meeting him on the 22nd.
On the 22nd?
I'll ask it. I would like, I do think there's a huge play here. Is the elections this Saturday, or I thought it was next month?
This Saturday, no, this Saturday.
Shoot,
Well,
I thought it was
2 days.
In 2 more days, 48 hours.
And
Well, less than 48 hours now.
and yeah, so I do think if I have you and Chief Louis, and I've got 4 other nations there, 2 on the island, and then 3 in the lower mainland of Vancouver, the Squamish and the Musqueam, and then the Sarlip and the Petroglyph group on the island. And I honestly, at this point, because of how PHSA is behaving, we almost need to get to the table with the actual Premier and Minister and with all of the chiefs, and literally we have to go category by category. There's $40 billion spent in healthcare every year, and literally there's no Indigenous companies getting any business. And I'll invite lots. If there was more Indigenous businesses, I'd say, hey, give them some business too. But right now, there's not too many of us competing in this field in BC. So it's a really huge opportunity in Northern FNHA for you guys to get this procurement. Just to pressure them. Hey, you need to commit to this. We have to be working through each category, and they have to do direct awards because, like you said, they hide behind this wall that they have contracts and agreements, but they had contracts and agreements long ago and they broke them, and now it's about reconciliation and them making right what they did. And so now, yeah, they have to break some agreements with Medline. Sorry, they've broken agreements with Indigenous for many, many moons, and now it's time for them to follow what they said, which is create sustainable revenues for Indigenous businesses. That's economic reconciliation.
Yeah, so in the meantime, we can try and pressure First Nations Health and Northern Health, definitely. And it should be sat down with all the nations. I would start working on that as soon as the elections are over, so you can get all the nations together, plus whoever's the minister at the time, and the premier. It's a crapshoot because this last term with the provincial government, it was you didn't know who you were meeting because they switched profiles every day. So it seemed like once a week we had a different one for a different one. Like,
Yeah.
Like it was Minister Dix, but before that it was Whiteside, and Whiteside was with oil and gas, and then she went to education. Now she's in with mental health, and we're just like, what the?
And then back to the beginning.
So we just don't know where. Oh, she was at school. School too. So
yeah.
She's been in she had four different portfolios within a year and a half.
Not even a year.
So that we'll definitely put pressure that. I don't think we'll be pressuring our own health office.
Mm-hmm.
I did not know that we weren't using MS products.
I thought we were actually.
But we'll push for them.
Mm.
Because I don't think First Nations Health can have any say of what we use in our home health. There's other First Nations too, like Cyprus has their own health.
Well, most of them have their own health centers.
Most of them have their own health centers. You should target First Nations health or First Nations of the North.
Yes, Chief, 100% we should. And the way that would have to go down is literally FNHA controls the supply into your health center. And so you may have to draw a line in the sand and say to FNHA that that's enough, or we want the budget to take care of our own place because you're not following the tripartite agreement. You might need to draw the line in the sand and say it's too long. You're not responding to my letters, and you're not doing economic reconciliation. You're failing. They're basically failing at what they've said. I share a screen right now so you can understand the complexity of the healthcare system. So these are all the categories. 0.9 billion, 309 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, 0.9 billion. You see where it says here 512 contracts, 56 contracts, 217. You know how many Indigenous contracts there is?
One.
One.
One for MSS.
1 out of 3,000 contracts that PHSA have is with an Indigenous organization in supply chain. And so I just wanted to, I'm sorry for the lengthy meeting and the data, but I'm going to keep battling for you guys. I just think we need to take a look at the approach, because I don't have the same political legs that you guys do. I am a business person. I'm good at that, but this actually is a political battle. Mm-hmm. And so we need to do the good business that we're doing, but at the same time we need that political side fighting for economic reconciliation at the executive levels.
Yeah, I agree with you. So let me know how it goes with Chief Louis.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you're out of time, so we gotta give you the boot.
Sure. And then if you guys want to send me over your wire transfer instructions, Allan, we'll get that over to you here the next 7 days.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you so much. Appreciate you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thanks, James.
Thank you.
So, Allan, we're getting $13,000 only, right?
Oh, yeah, 13,600. right there.
13,000.
Yeah, so the bottom line is so poor.
Are we still alive, Adam?
Okay, oh, we're gonna go on a 10-minute break. Thank you. Just to let you know, we live stream to our community members.
Oh, okay. Oh, fantastic.
Okay, welcome back. Now we have Graymont for economic development. We're going to have Rob here, and we'll just do a quick roundtable, starting with Allan.
Sure. Allan Stroet, Manager of Economic Development.
Barbara Allen, minute taker.
Sophie Islam, Executive Director.
Me, I just I went to jail, council.
Chief Billy Morgan.
Rob.
So Rob, you have the floor.
Rob Belitz, and so I'm a director of health, safety, environment with Graymont, company-wide. So Graymont still is a family-owned company, Canadian family, with operations in Canada, U.S., New Zealand, Australia, Malaysia, and the Philippines right now. So we're growing through that, acquired, and our primary product is lime and limestone. So our lime goes for water treatment. So it's an environmental driven. Actually, is being classified as a life essential type product. So during COVID. We had governments trying to support us. How do we keep supplying lime through all that? And we managed to do that. We ran a pretty tight ship, but we were able to do that supply. So again, yeah, for mostly for environmental projects, etc. But in northern BC, so back to our Giscombe project, which we started. In fact, I started when I started with Graymont almost 18 years ago. That was my first project. It was like, here you go for permits and environmental assessment process. And so that was a long one to get through. So that project is in the little area of Giscombe on Eaglet Lake. We have not proceeded with anything other than we continued to do a bit of water assessment work. So it's just water quality. So we continued that. But I think the last report, I was here last year and mentioned we still haven't decided to move forward with the project. We're still in that same boat. So the market just hasn't come. And the market is what we supply to the pulp industry, so that's the lime is necessary for mines. All the metal mines require lime for treatment, so it cleans their effluent streams, etc. And there hasn't been any new projects to add any capacity. We still believe there's a number that are online. There's stuff happening in northern Alberta, which we can supply from here because on the main line. So the project is still absolutely important to us. We want it. We would love it to go forward, but we're running out of time. So if you recall, we did one environmental assessment, the certificate. So we extended it 5 years. That expires December 14th, 2026 and say that deadline is coming fast and really hard in the sense of when we completed our permit work, which took, after getting the assessment certificate, it took almost 3 years to get the permit. So we were already short on time. And then COVID came into play. Everything sort of stopped. We haven't been able to get a lot of momentum into the project other than we've hired, more marketing people in trying to dig up more market. And in fact, what we're doing now, which we believe might be, is it's called a low carbon product, which will require more lime. So we've patented 2 of those products right now and slowly testing the market on those. So mostly in the US and some in Canada. So we think, and that's where we believe that might draw or increase the demand for lime. So potential for this project. So in a nutshell, that we're not going to make the deadline. We will not make that deadline. So if you recall, about it was just before we went into the assessment certificate, the application to renew for another 5 years. We were at the table, I think, talking about preloading the property. So preloading means before we can even start construction, that area where we would put the buildings on, it's really punky soil, so it needs to be compressed. And to compress it, we were going to use limestone. So put stone on it, and it would have to sit for almost a year before we could do anything. So that would compress the soil, and then we built on it. So that project, I think we had approached at that time thinking that the band could provide that service as far as, acquiring the stone and doing that project. And that was, I think, and it still is, it's about $3-4 million project to do that, just to place the stone. But that went as a full stop. And I think that's what we talked about last year, where the environmental assessment office said that would be considered construction. You can't do that. So it's like, oh, rats. Because we have a letter in hand that's from the environmental assessment office said that is not construction. We could proceed to do it because we said, you know what, we're just placing, and that stone, we would use it to contour on property because we didn't want to move it from property anyhow. So we've not approached, other than we did make a call to the environmental assessment office, and they said, no, we believe it's still construction. So we never pushed any buttons or pursued that any further. So the, if I go back to so we have the mutual benefits agreement, and the windfall for the band is when we start project. So actually producing lime. So there's an initial one-time payment of $1.75 million for startup. So once we start producing, and then it's $100,000 a year annual payment into as long as we're doing making lime. And I think I calculated about a little over $500,000 also in alternative payments when we start that project up. So once we start producing lime, and then there's the procurement side. So which now I understand that the band could take care of the building, like that whole procurement of starting and also the direct contract awards for that. So through the life of the project. So I think the partnership would be absolutely a bonus.
Starting at the building, do you mean like taking care of the building or from ground up?
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
From ground up?
That's right. Yeah.
On the cost of the building?
Yeah. Yeah. We would contract the band to do that. So that was already in at the time when we did the agreement. I don't think had the capacity, didn't have but we said any contract that would go for project would be beneficial to the band. So anybody so it didn't have partnerships, but now you have partnerships, et cetera, that would be, we would not retain, we'd go direct to band first, et cetera. But anyhow, so in a nutshell, we want to get the project, but the only way I can see this happening is to get another extension on the environmental assessment. So we've another 5 years, and that would give us the opportunity to make this project happen. And the only way we could do it is with band support.
Anything?
Or limestone. Get it ready for production.
So
Would that make sense to do such a
This
thing?
is it's been like you started 18 years ago.
Yeah.
This has been very long.
There was a lot of things that happened through that with the government, et cetera, and said that the best proponent has been working with the collective name. I mean, the partnership has been fantastic through this whole. We couldn't have made it happen. It would not have happened without that.
So last is for you, just let you guys know.
That's correct. Yeah.
Wendy's.
I went because I did archaeology.
That's right. Yeah.
I think that you guys
I-
for a while there too.
Yeah. I was out there when the arrowhead was found.
Yes.
Top of
Yeah.
the knoll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a special day. Yeah, that really was. So yeah, and that whole area is to be cordoned off as a no-go. So the disturbed area was already disturbed. So where the rail, so the site itself is quite tiny. The disturbed area would be where the quarry is. But in our quarry, we're not like metal mine. So we have operations. We have an operation that's in the eastern townships of Quebec. That's 200 years old this year. So 200 years they've been producing limestone. They're digging limestone. They do cut stone too, so for pillars and things like that, what they call dimensional stone. But making lime for everything from cement to you name it in that area. 200 years.
So
Still in operation.
the extension on this permit, you can start applying now?
Yeah. So you know here this is my thought. The only way we could make it happen is with Collective Activity support, and if we were to go as a partner to Victoria, and said Graymont would fund a small team to go there and have a sit down with the Environmental Assessment Office, and probably environmental group, their whatever group that is, they want to be at that table. And I think it's Tanya Demchuk is who I've had the contact with. So she's been on a lot of those projects, but having her at that table and seeing if we can get another 5-year extension on the certificate. On that other side, from the Graymont standpoint, I have one of our it's our economic development person looking at the timelines right now. So he's already put out, if we do this, this, and this, how can we get it down on that front? So we got to make it happen. Because if I don't want to retire and go with this knot. Simple. It is a small footprint as far as in its state of the art kilns, and the bonus is these will be the lowest carbon intensive type process of lime, and if we can produce also that the low carbon product from that too, oh my gosh! For instance, that our product. If we're able to do that, so we're looking at carbon capture at one of our plants. So we've already, I've been on that side down in southern Alberta, so our Exshall plant, and we've looked at all of our plants in company, and that plant probably has the best opportunity to do full carbon capture of our emissions, simply because we have a big Lafarge cement plant that's our neighbor, and we have a gas company that's down the road, and the anyhow, they've invested, so they're already doing test well, and they partnered. So we signed on to an agreement with them to do testing. So supporting them. If that, fingers crossed, if that all works, then we could do full carbon capture there. So the opportunity that it does work, it's a little ways out, but we've done our studies on our front. How do we take our stream and fully clean it? Because it has to be absolutely clean CO2, be able to go into a pipeline and then to this for alternative use. So the gas plant currently is selling the CO2. But long term, they're thinking that they need to possibly sequester it also. So they're looking at all those avenues to say, if we do it, we sell a carbon neutral product, which is nowhere in the world does that happen. So it opens up the doors in a big way. And if we're selling it, the encouraging fact is that we'll have, I think, customers that would be interested in our line for the simple fact that they're buying something that is already it's carbon neutral to them. Mm-hmm. So, but we sell it, for instance, right now, our lime absorbs CO2. So there's people producing lime to be able to capture the CO2 back, which is it's kind of this cycle, right? But our lime is used to capture CO2. It's simply because we cook it off. So it's taking Lime is you take the limestone and you just heat it and you burn off the CO2. And that's as simple as it gets. And you end up with just this rock that half the size it was, but it's for medicinal purposes, for agriculture, for glass, steel. Can't do it. Lime is, there's been no substitute for it, so it's a very unique product. But anyhow, I'll throw it out there. If that is if that's an opportunity, I'll pursue that. Say Graymont would fund a team to go. I think it would probably be a meeting in Victoria. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So we did cut out, one of the things we did cut out was when we did the project it was the transportation of stone, right? From the quarry through, because it was just hauling. So overland conveyor. So minimize the impact. So a lot of the study work so that's the other complicated stuff. When we finished the permitting, there was, I think, 18. So the environmental assessment certificate states that there's a number of things that need to be completed, wildlife studies, etc. So that would be again done through the Khokhar. There's some water fisheries. There's still some archaeology stuff. So recall, I think it was where the conveyor line went through, or is going to go cut through. I think it's about 6 kilometer trek through the bush. So that was surveyed through, and the archaeology team did go back out and did a walkthrough just to make sure. But before we go back in there, there's still that wildlife access, etc. There's still stuff to be done, and that's what I estimated. Probably a year and a half of work to be done before we can scratch ground. So, when I talk to our VP of that makes the call, right? So we're going to build. We're okay to build. I said, you need to give me 2 years notice. I need 2 years notice so we can start. We would have sit down as a team, because we want to hire what we call environmental monitors. So that was going to be through the Khokhar on site during the whole project. So pre-construction, et cetera, and then and then to finish the site work. So any of the field work that need to be done. So there's still some capacity funding that would need to be addressed to get finalize the plans, et cetera. So it was really finalizing the plans. But as far as, the impacts, we did the human health impact assessment. So, and that was done based on 3 big kilns, which would never happen. We would not need 3 big kilns. But at the time we said, what, we'll go maximum. What can we build there? And there was no human health. We expected that, but there was no impact to human health or environment on that front, which is really good. And there was these new kilns, which have essentially when kilns we have, for instance, at Exshaw, you never know it's winter there when they get the winter. It's so hot. The heat that these kilns kick off, but these kilns that we're looking at, they come off as ambient air, etc. There you go. So that's my story.
I'm sticking
to it. Yeah.
I got a question. What's the capex of this project?
Oh, so that has gone up. So a kiln, because we were looking to build a new kiln in Exshaw to replace two old. We have 2 old rotary kilns, and it's about $280 million for a kiln, one kiln. So at Giscombe, we would propose to build 1 kiln, 650 ton, they say, a day, like of lime. That project, it's probably about $500,000 project now.
$500,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry,
Billion?
a billion. I'm apologizing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like half a billion. Yeah. It's about a half a billion.
Start tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what would be the life expectancy of the mine?
To be honest, probably 200 plus years. But we did it based, yeah. See, our kilns. So for that plant, most of like our eggshell plant, it's over 100 years old. We still have over 200 years of stone in the same quarry we're operating at. Don't use a lot of stone. In that plant, we have what we call pulverized limestone. So when we take the stone, we crush it, and it depends on the quality of stone. So with that plant, half the stone is not usable for lime because we want really pure carbon. So it has a little, but we take it, we crush it, pulverize it, turn it into a powder. It's used as poultry grit to strengthen eggs. It's used for land. The sugar beets and canola fields, they spread it everywhere. So it goes to that. So the life expectancy of that plant or that gets this one was pure lime. So the stone, and that's why in our agreement, I think it's like in there it says like 5,000 tons of limestone is free to the community whenever you want it. That would be available. To be honest, there's probably more. Yeah, there's probably more available. So it's just whenever you need it, it would be used for roads. It's a good quality limestone. That stone, say there's not a lot of high quality limestone. That can be used for lime production of lime, and that is really high quality there. So it is. I think when we based a project, I think it was on 75 years. So we wouldn't build an operation unless it had, and that was built. And that was on the intention of 3 kilns. But we would only go with 1.
Right.
I foresee 1.
So it just made me think of what's the. So lime is traded like commodity, I assume.
It is a commodity. We're the largest lime producer in Canada. Actually, I think we're the largest in North America now. They cut and bought up all the other little operators. Pretty much the sole provider in the Western region into the U.S. too. Not a lot of competition. It's really. So limestone it's not like a gold or all that, that ore. It's a simple stone. So the markets, you can't transportation will kill you. So it just for instance, our pavilion plant, which we've closed, and it was because we ran out of stone there, to be honest. But we have no rail. We have to haul that material couldn't compete. In fact, our eggshell plant was able to compete because they were on rail. They could just throw it on rail and supply our markets, which they do here. So they're supplying the mills and the mines in BC right now. Will they be able to in the future? We don't believe so. No. That site in eggshell is quite tiny. And say that's where we're focusing on the new product. We'll need more lime. So the jobs are high quality, high paying jobs. They're so from everything from welding, heavy equipment work, coring work. So we talked about the quarry. So the funny thing is we're in the mining business, but we're in the lime business. So most of our quarries are contract. We would hire an operator to run them. And so that's what we talked about too, that if the Clay Tenay wanted to manage that quarry, and at the time, I don't think there was that opportunity, didn't have that experience, said, well, we could line up the business opportunity for the band to run the quarry for Graymont, being the operator of the quarry, supply us the stone. We're just interested. Our business is lime. We've really focused on that side of it. And you know what I mean? It's the stone side. I mean, whether there's opportunity for the crushed stone for another business on that side. There's potential. because I say the odd one, the crazy one was when we had, which actually added about 3-4 years onto the project. So mentioned, we're only interested in making lime. So we have all of this crushed stone. It's not lime quality that we had to pile it. So we had this stockpile that was growing, and that's where Mount Holly happened. And they had that collapse. It was the dam collapse. This is just a stone pile, but it changed how the agency evaluated big piles of stuff. So this pile for stability, etc. We ended up having to move it across the land instead of just one big pile. And we built it based on we couldn't get rid of any of that stone. So we had this mountain of limestone. So we had to do it was a stability study, which took 2 years to do. That was $2.5 million added onto the project just to do the study to find out no, there was no issues with it. It's not a dam. We don't have tailings, and our limestone does not give off leachate. So it's quite the opposite. In fact, our limestone goes to the lime or to the heavy metal plants to minimize leachate. So it's to prevent the leaching of that. Call it greening. So it can be either used as the crushed limestone or the lime. The lime has it's very reactive, or what we call another type of lime that it's more fluid. It's like a slurry, but it's up to them how best they use it, and they can use it. Right.
So if when you have to start working on the permitting for an extension, is an extension till the 2026 or from the extension you get approval?
Yeah, so I think the first order of business, we would have to get that extension on their certificate. And I would work on that right away. And I mean, meaning right now it doesn't exist, right? So it says thou shall, that's it. Five-year extension, you can't apply for another one. So I would knock on the door of the government and say, we want to talk because we're interested in we want another 5 years to make this project. We want that opportunity to get this project greenlighted to go. Whether or not it comes with additional work, I don't believe so. I don't think, other than what's already on the table to be completed, I think that's about it. So I think with the support of the Clay today that we could get another 5 year. And if we got that would be our green light to let's start, moving the schedule, trying to work that schedule. How do we get this project moving forward? And the first one, and I think, whether it's in the same timing, we do that, but the preload, because the preloading would be a project in its own right, and that's simply just taking lime crushed stone and then plopping it in a pile on the site. So just compressing that area, and there's two small areas, not very big, believe it or not, but to move stone, it's expensive to do that. It is. So I think that would be the one, probably the next angle, I think would be that one. So we have a letter in hand. You said that's not construction. So that opens the door that we could do that and then get ourselves ready for, yeah. So if that, Chief, if that is favorable, I could start the ball by maybe it is coming back with a game plan, call it, or an initiative. Like if we did this, would that be? Would you? And I think it would be for me to knock on the door for an invite to Victoria. Graymont would take care of all expenses, etc. for the like today's team to come with us, etc. On that. I think that would be the first one. I mean, if they say not happening, I don't think so. I think the government would be welcoming. So election coming up here in a couple of days. We'll see how that, but I think that door will open up. I think it will.
So, how, that you, big weeks and this is completely to me, we want this done, we want this built.
Thank you.
It's been over 18 years. Forward.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I say thank you for your continued support on this. So.
Thank you. I think good to get this project going.
Yeah, it would. I think it would be very beneficial for the community. It would open up, create a lot of opportunities. I mean, right at the gate, even through as we got started on it, but we could sit down and start talking about that path forward. Yeah.
I remember 18 years ago and and it was just like we didn't have the capacity.
Yeah.
Like, well, we didn't have this capacity. Then we were at 300 members, and now we're at 858 members. So many partnerships out there, like there's a lot. There's a lot that we can fix this thing.
I'll tell you, I'm blown away by how much you've grown in every way in this community. Yeah, when you come into Prince George now, it's your community. It really is. My gosh, I'm coming into your house. Yeah.
For 18, well, years ago when you're talking to Domo at the time, and what do you need engineers? And now you say we need engineers. Okay, maybe someone's going to be.
Yeah,
It's changed so much.
I know. Well, even at that time, we were trying to figure out how we could support, like even create a business, because it's gonna take us umpteen years. Like, how is there a way we could create a business? Help you as a community to build a business, and we would be there with you, kind of behind the scenes, and then let you go. But whatever support, it's still there. Like that's still open. That door, absolutely. And I think that once the story, when we got our certificate and then the permits, there was a lot of big construction companies knocking on our door and wanting, all right, hey, we want to submit a proposal. Well, we're not ready to start, et cetera, and said, but before you do that, I think you need to talk to, and it was you need to talk to the Click tonight. Go have it, sit down with them and talk to them about our project, et cetera, before you come to us. And I think it was Chief Dominic. He had, because I received a letter, and it was from, I forget what construction company, saying and he signed it. And then David Chamberlain and we were sitting, and I asked the chief, I said, did you sign that? He said, oh yeah. I said, I did. And I said, what does that actually mean? Because I don't even know this firm. And I said, what kind of agreement? So we have no agreement with them. But he said that company said they've been working in Prince George for I don't know how many years. They said they've never talked to us. They've never hired any of our community members. They've never said anything to us. And then after this, they said they'd come knocking on our door. And they said, okay. I said, I'm signing it, but to continue conversation. He said, oh, that's good to know. Because they came to us after that, right? And they said, that means nothing to us. You know what I mean? Wonderfully you had that. I'm glad you can start that conversation. Carry on. Yeah. So I'm hoping that still is the case. They're still doing that. I don't know, but that was, if we can make that change, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in. Allan will be the main contact person, so.
Benga and I will be in contact.
Sure. Yeah. I'd say I'll probably reach out in the next couple of weeks to you just on that path forward. So what I'm thinking, and then give you time to sort that out. Good to meet you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for the invite. Thank you all for your time today. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Yeah. I'm really good. Sure. Joshua. Nice to meet you.
Project down long through the entire, right?
Yeah, I know.
You too.
Yeah, my ADHD medication.
Okay, so this next one will be in camera, so community members, thank you for joining. We'll see you tomorrow morning for Van Business Council. But there's one thing council wants to remind everybody to do on Saturday.
Vote.
Go out and vote. It matters. So have a good evening, everybody.
Bye.